I'm making a Metroidvania. It's been 2 months and we're currently building up the system so we can eventually make a demo for you to play. A lot is in place already: the player controller, enemies, combat, and a few boss battles as well. This month, we've added currency, money, an inventory, and a shop for you to buy things for your inventory. And last week, we started working on a dialogue system, but we got a little distracted. First of all, I hooked up the input system for the player all wrong. Yeah, it's not me. It's definitely not me, but we managed to fix it. Alright guys, I think it's me. And secondly, I may have gotten a little distracted and designed a tool to allow me to create 3D backdrops that we can project behind the player, which I think is really cool, but it's not exactly what our goal for last week was. So what's the plan this week? We're going to continue implementing the dialogue system. We're using a very helpful tool called Dialogue Manager that makes it really easy. And we should be able to use it for all our other interactions like lore objects. To make sure that you can keep up with development, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're on YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, give us a follow. So, let's get started. Hello, how are we all doing? Kara, thank you for the compliment on the trailer. It's for the YouTube VOD watchers, which I do have, which I was surprised by, to be honest. Shout out to the VOD watchers. Excuse me. It is 6 AM on Sunday morning, and it is time to start working on this project. I feel like I haven't got much done this week, but we're getting stuff in the background sorted out. Manager. So, you can see I've got something here called a mission manager, which is something I've been trying to think of, like, how can we sort of keep track of things that we've been asked to do? We don't, like, you could just, like, not necessarily have that. You just have it. Just not have something like that. Plenty of Metroidvanias don't keep track of it. But I figure, why not? For some reason in my head, I feel like there's a version of this in Metroid Fusion that's pretty good, but I could be misremembering. Because they don't normally have that kind of stuff in Metroid. And then the other thing was the menus. Okay, so updates on the menus. I was struggling with them on Wednesday, but I've managed to sort of figure it out. In terms of how it's going to look, and I've also restructured the actual nodes in the project. So I'll show you guys what I've done offline. Bring this down a bit. So we were really struggling with how to make it work and the look. Act like I said something crazy for the sake of clip flumming. Gee whiz, how could you say that to me? I don't even know. I'm not a very good actor. Such a betrayal, gee whiz. Is it drama? I'm trying to farm drama. So, we've got this little menu here. And we were sort of struggling with keeping the selected object in focus, but I've sort of solved that issue now. So I can click it, I can cancel it. We still have it selected, and it's very clear what you're doing. You can use the item. The other thing I think is once you use an item, this menu should disappear, which doesn't do yet. And then I've got these little selectors on the left and right, so you can click those, and you can go to the left and right of these different menus. Not that there's much in these. They're just sort of planned out, and you can also press the bracket buttons to just scroll through them like you would on a controller, like left and R, like L and R. So I think that's sort of in a good enough state that we can move on to another thing, which is good. Actually, quit out from there now. The other thing that I have done offline is I've reduced the number of nodes in the game state. So this node is really not meant to have too much in it. All it has is loading screen overlays so that it can display them when it changes scenes. But realistically, this node should just be responsible for changing it's scene management, right? But at the moment, it's actually game management. So it's probably worth separating them. The problem is, like, you need to access a lot of this stuff globally. So it's a really handy way for me to get access to the data of the player across like different scenes and stuff like that. That being said, there's an argument for taking this away and just having it be responsible for like loading and saving realistically, and then changing scenes. Actually, not even saving. There's a node for that already. But yeah. Alex, welcome to the stream. How are you going? So, and now that I've been sort of getting a handle on that, I was like, okay, well, what if a character asks you to do something for them? How do we keep track of that? Obviously right now, I don't have a lot to get them to do. So I got this guy saying, the security drones have gone haywire, destroy 5 crawlers. I'll give you a gift, which is kind of lame, but it's like the only thing I could think of the time. But how would you know? Like if he said, hey, can you like clear out the security drones that have a problem, which are like, I guess these guys, I don't know. Actually, I have to like come up with a more distinct look and feel for those. But the point is, how do you keep track of that? How would he know that has been done, or you have even spoken to him on that? So like when I come back to him again, perhaps he should say something different, right? But he's just going to say the same thing. So there needs to be a way for him to check what to say. And there also needs a way for him to know if you've finished doing that. And also, like, how do we even keep track of how many things we've killed in a way that makes sense? You know what I mean? That isn't going to, because like, I don't necessarily want like kill 5 things to be like a thing that you have to do, because that's very like MMO. That's not like a Metroidvania kind of quest or mission. But at the same time, like, you know, we should be able to track anything in a way that makes sense without having to like do too much dedicated code for like, we don't want to have to write dedicated code for each side mission or whatever. So I sort of started working on this idea. I was thinking about it last night. I think the easiest way to go about that is actually just have the character that gives you that keeps track of that, or at least is responsible for checking it. All you get is information on what you need to do. And so when you go back to him, he can just ask that question like via code, you know, like, have you killed this many things? But the problem with that is like, we need a way of tracking that. Do we want to track that? I don't necessarily want that to be a mission. So maybe we just like can that and we just go, okay, well, he wants you to collect something. Maybe you need to go and find the security badge to open a door, or whatever. And then we just need to track whether or not the door is unlocked, or something like that. I don't know. Like how the question is like, how do I track this without too much overhead, essentially? But I think it's easy enough to have something to display that. So we've got a mission manager, but we also need like to create a concept of a mission. So we need another script, which will also be a resource. Because this is just going to be data displayed in the menu about what people have asked you to do. So I don't actually think this needs to be too heavy. It's just like the person who gave it to you and what you need to do. But resource. Class name. Bone Circuit. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. We are looking at quests, missions. I'm calling them missions because obviously it's more modern sci-fi kind of feel. So realistically, there's just a name, a mission name, string, And then do we just have details? Like just a string, extended string? You know what I mean? Like, does it need to be more than that? I actually don't like mission name as the variable name here. I just think name is better because it's going to be like mission.mission name. I hear a delay of about 2 seconds. A delay? Dude, I need to replace my sound interface. A delay? Like in the microphone? What the hell? I have to like... Don't mind me. My voice echoes. I am in a very echoey room. Yeah, I think it's just the room noise. Can't do anything about that. Yeah. Unfortunate. Yeah, I have, my room is just tiles. I need to, I mean, I'm not going to be in this room by the end of the year. I think I'll move. So I'm not particularly concerned about changing it. But yeah, it is a very echoey room, so sorry about that. A full repetition of the... Okay, so I just monitored... Unless it's just specifically on YouTube. There's no way. I'm calling cap on that. It's your end. Alright, we go back. I monitor on Twitch, but I'll open up YouTube. Ugh. Where's my ear? Let's have a look. Go to YouTube. Have you got it open on 2 screens? Dude, that... Yeah, there's no echo. Not for me, at least when I watch. And this is not even just like a special monitoring. This is just like me watching it back on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's your end. Okay, we'll go back to this and we'll go back to Stream Manager. Dude, the delay on YouTube is crazy. The delay, I mean, not like an echo, more like the time it takes for what I say to reach the stream. Okay, there is one thing that you could be experiencing, which is that I am streaming both to regular YouTube and to shorts. Oh, it was that. Okay. I am streaming both to YouTube and shorts. Oh, my viewership dropped. You stopped watching on one of your screens. That's funny. So it go down in real time. What's the thing for long string? Inventory item? String name? Multi-line. Export multi-line. I can smell my coffee and it's making me want it, but I need to save it for later. And I suppose technically there's going to be like an icon. What's it angry about? Name, icon, detail. Error at 49, unidentified. Oh, you can't call it name. That's taken. So I guess I will just call it mission name. Oh yeah, I'm missing the var. Why do I always do that? Dude, I'm so dumb. NA Games, welcome to the chat. I forgot the word var. Dude, I got so many warnings. I need to clean these up. It's driving me crazy. It's so stupid. Let's do it. It's Sunday. Let's just clean this up. Okay, so it's angry here because emit is not present on the variant type. And for I in items to load, what is it? It's here. Signal manager on inventory type.emit self. What the hell? The method emit is not present on the inferred type variant, but may be present on a subtype. That's like, it doesn't only give me that error. It's like right here. Singleton manager singleton? That is signal manager singleton. That's a name of a class. I don't know why I would give that warning, but I guess I can just, the way to get around this. Holy signals. Yes, there are a lot of global signals. Actually, reload project? No, because they're like always there. Like whenever I start the game up, it's like warnings 10. You know what I mean? And they never go away. I just have to put like, ignore. I forget the one you have to put for that. I have done this before because it was also at a point where it was giving me so many warnings, it got kind of annoying. So when I run the game, I can't remember when it does it. Yeah, debugger 8. So when it actually like loads in and it goes, the method emit is not present on the type. Now, I can't remember the warning ignore to get out of this though. Inferred type, I think it is. Inferred on variant. Why did it? Inference on variant. Oh, super annoying too, project. What does it say? Editor settings file system on save warn on large file. Everything is annoying. And my room is starting to heat up. I gotta turn on the fan. I can feel the sweat beads on my head starting to form. Save. Unsave. One, saving large text resources. Get out of here. Okay. Hang on. I was hoping, because it's actually quite cool today, that that I wouldn't need the fan, but I definitely do. Okay, so we have a warning here. For iterable I has no static type. Okay. What would it be? For I in items to load. I actually don't know. Load inventory data. I have to assume that it's an inventory item. I'm gonna guess here. I might crash the game. Inventory item. Inferred type. Okay, I'll just copy this because this seems to be like the main error. I've never had these types of warnings, mostly just unused objects. Yeah. Inference on variant comes up when you're doing something like signal manager, like you're calling a function where it's not typed and so it doesn't know. So like if you had a character, for example, that is your player character, but it was just your regular character body class, but there was a function within that you were calling on maybe a global or whatever, it would be like, hey, I don't know for sure that this is in here. And this is something that comes from like the static typing settings that I have. So like static typing, I think is really important for Godot, and I think you should probably use it in your projects. But it is optional, and the way I like to do it is just to set it to warning. So you can come down into what is it? static typing. You can just type static typing up here. And in the editor, no, config, typing. So you just type typing up here. Animation, no, just type type. You can just type type up here. GD script, debug, declared, untyped declaration, warning. You don't want it to, like, error is okay, but it will mean you have to address these issues as they come up. Warning, I think, is much better because it'll just tell you very gently that you should do it, which is much nicer, in my opinion, to deal with. So yeah, I've got that to warn, and I've also got unsafe method access, which is the other thing that's like, that's where I'm getting those warnings. So I've got those turned on. There's other things as well. There's a bunch of different types and inferred declaration. It's ignoring that, but I'm surprised actually why it's giving me a warning. So I got that turned off. But anyway, I think these are really good settings to turn on, depending on what you're trying to achieve in terms of your typing style. I think it's worth it. In fact, there's some things there that I should probably consider setting up to warn, but it does make you address a lot of issues in your project when it comes to the way that it's written, which is nice. Okay, so I think I've got those ones. For iteration has no static type. I gave that a static type. Method game over is not present on the inferred type. What script is this? The player GD. Game state.game over. Method game over is not present on the inferred type node. Game state doesn't have a type. But then it's a global anyway, so I don't know how you address that issue. Signal manager has no type. It does have a type though, but it's a global, so I actually don't know. That's actually a really valid point. I think I might just have to put warning ignores on that because I actually don't think I can address that because, like, it's just a node. And it's funny because the game state doesn't have a class, but Signal Manager does. And they're both just global variables that you can reach anywhere in the project. And yeah, I don't know. I think you just have to, like, put in an inferred type warning ignore. Normally that's fine. It's right here. Like, it's so weird. I think it, who knows? I don't think calling a function here is necessarily a bad on encounter clear request. What is this? Game state? Anyway. Maybe it's because the global scene is not class and not a class specified. Yeah, I think so. So I think I do just have to do like a warning here. Warning ignore. What is this? Inferred type as well. Inference on variant. I think that's what it's called. Let's see if I reduce these. These shouldn't be present when I run the game anymore. Otherwise, I'll just try to address them off stream. Down to 7, which is emit, game over. Okay, so I only reduced the one. This is not the right warning ignore. Why do you have a signal manager and scene and not just a class? Hey? I thought it was just a script. Is it not just a script? Is he allowed to use AI? I'm not necessarily not allowed to use AI. I just don't, because I don't feel the need for it. Although in this case, I could see its benefit. I got a little bit lost. What was I trying to do here? Signal manager, is it a scene? I get a bit distracted. Signal manager is a scene. Yeah, you're right. Why is that a scene? I don't know. It's not a big deal, I guess. It doesn't really matter. It could just be a script, you're right. I don't think it materially makes a difference. Anyway, I'm going to ignore these because I'm going to have to go, like, look up what each of these warning ignores that I need to put in the right spots are. I just have to bear with them being annoying. Anyway, let's get back to the mission manager. So you can just delete the scene and put it in a global script. But what do I cheat? No, that won't fix the warnings. Definitely not. Right? that definitely won't fix. The thing that confuses me is that I've got this signal manager emitting signals everywhere, and I don't have that warnings in all of the places. I don't know. I don't think it'll change anything. I'll try later. Okay, so missions. We're doing missions before I got distracted on that. So we have a mission and a mission manager. I think those are the ones that we're going to display to the player. We are going to want an ID. I do have a UID generator. How are you good at this? I don't know if you know who I am. Do you know who I am? But why does Signal Manager have an underscore? Is it a public class? You know what it is? I do actually remember the problem I had with that. And that is that I gave it, so here, okay, I can tell you the story. So Signal Manager, here is the script, right? And we called it Signal Manager, and I made a node and I called the node Signal Manager. And so when I went to go load it into the globals, it said, hey, there's a node with a name that's called that already. You can't have it, this can't exist in the project. So I had to put an underscore in front of it. I could swap it, but that would take too long to fix because I have to go through every single script. It's just me getting annoyed. I made a mistake here. You're right. This shouldn't be a node. There's literally no point. And then I would be able to like just call this Signal Manager without an underscore. But yeah, that's just how it went down. And then I just left it. Because when I run into a bug, I freak out. I mean, mate, yeah, I don't know. I've been doing it for a long time. I think that's probably the difference. Yeah, no, you're right. I'm wrong. That's just how it is sometimes, and you move on because it doesn't matter. Okay, so we got a UID generator because we are going to need to know, right? Like, so we've got a mission, right? We need to be able to get that mission back. So like my idea is this mission is going to be on the scientist, right? So when you talk to him, he's going to have this as like a, we're in the player. If we go and we find scientist number 1, and he's going to have like a export var, and we'll just call it a mission, and it's a mission, right? Mission before the man. And we go to inspector here, and we can add this. And it's like, oh, the name is like kill or destroy crawler drones. The random scientist at the entrance wants you to kill crawler drones. Kill five crawler drones. Okay, and then we generate an ID. Did I spell that wrong? Scientist, I don't know. Science. Guys, don't. Sciencist. How do you spell scientist? Scientist. I don't know how to spell. I failed English, like genuinely. That's correct. That's the correct spelling. No, I got a B-. Thank you. Believe it or not, where I'm from, the like English, like as a class, becomes not really about spelling. In primary school, it is about spelling and grammar, but in high school, it just literally becomes like a philosophy class. It's like how to write an analytical exposition. I'm getting a C science in English literature. And they made us read books and then write like, they're like, talk about how this person was like bad or whatever. And it was really hard. Okay, so that is like literally, we'll leave the icon off. And so you get that. And when you talk to him for the first time, he'll give that to you. And we can do that via a singleton. And then the question is, so if we just have like give quest, give mission, I should call it. My alarm's going off again. I vaguely hear it in the back. I really need to get into the habit of turning that off before I go live. I can't hear it at all. Put that around here somewhere. Vocabulary are random for each individual. Some words just never faced in a long time. Yeah, I don't really have to think about scientists very often. Okay. So what do? You go and you say, you create a function within the game state to pass this on to the player. Or you could just do a signal, because the mission manager is going to be sitting within the player data, because ultimately I did Google Scientist to make sure. Yeah, I also did Google it. Right as you said the spelling in chat, I had it up on Google to confirm that I had done it right the last time. So we do a signal out and we add this to the player data. Although the player data doesn't have missions on it yet. So we need to add it to the player data. We need the script, not the actual resource. Can't wait for me to try blueprints. I'll try it at the end of the month. I'll do it at the end of community game night. So Saturday the 28th, not next week, but the week after. Did the music get louder for some reason? Or is it just me? I suppose I have a pretty low on your end. Okay, so the player data is just gonna have, so it's got an inventory. I'm gonna put this up the top because I like to have all the data up the top. Export via missions, plural, and this is mission data. Maybe I should just call it mission data. Mission manager, mission data. I called that mission manager when I thought it was going to keep track of whether or not you'd completed the missions. Although, to be honest, maybe it still should. I don't know, whatever. We'll just call it that. And so that just sits on the player, which also means it's kind of like inventory, to be honest. It's not that different. It's going to have a dictionary of the missions. Actually, it really just needs to be an array. Like, and then we just add them. And it doesn't need to be as complicated as this because we don't need to keep track of a quantity. We just we have it complete and also an acquire. So so here you have like a, well, we need a variable, right? So we have an export bar missions, plural. It's an array of missions. I'm gonna get really old of that word. That word is going to get really old. The ads are killing me. Tell me, I need to do some research actually on YouTube because I don't know. So I used to have it like non-monetized, and but then I was kind of like the only, like, I figure YouTube runs ads anyway. So if I turn off monetization, do the ads still run is the question. Because like, I'm perfectly fine. I don't make that much money, right? Like, I'm perfectly fine with just turning off monetization, but if they run ads anyway, I would say, like, you know, they should pay me for that if they're going to make you watch ads. I don't know. Here, I'll turn off monetization, and you tell me if ads still run. Automated ads help you earn more. Operations director would reduce the smurfing. The word mission manager and manager everywhere. Okay, I like that. Operations director. I'll take that. I'll give it a go. Now I just have to like rename everything. Well, actually, it's only in 2 places. This is uBlock Origin Lite plugin for Chrome is amazing. I'm a loser and I pay for YouTube Premium. Actually, I don't pay. My brother does, and I'm just on his family plan. Operations director, operations data. I'm lost in the scripts. So should a mission be called a mission? It should be called an operation instead of a... That is the question, right? Should it just be called a mission still? Direct the water? I don't know. Dunno. Okay. So. Right. Oh, we'll leave it at that anyway. We can always rename the mission later. Mission menu. Anyway. So. We have, where am I going? Where's the scripts? Operations director, and we have the missions array with the missions, and that is really all we need right now. And then we can receive a mission. Add mission. We get a mission. Yeah, you're right. It's like there's a lot of the word. I mean, if I change the word to operation, it would just be operations everywhere. Is that even how you spell mission? Dude, I'm doubting myself now like crazy. That is how you spell mission. Okay. All right. Wait. You're doing good. Relax. Into the Sunday fun day. Hell yeah. Have you seen the One Piece live action series? No. Should I watch it? I was like not that into the idea of it. Like I've seen up to episode 570 for One Piece, so I finished Fishman Island. That's where I'm up to in One Piece. And when the live action came out, I didn't watch it. I don't have a next Netflix subscription. I'd have to go and acquire it via other means. But yeah, so I just never watched it. It was like, oh, I'll get that when it finishes airing, and then I never did. Is it good? I've been seeing the clips of him fighting number 3, and it looks pretty cool. Like the visual effects are really good. So if missions.has mission, then return. We don't need it. It's so good. Best adaptation I've seen to date. That's good. Because like anime adaptations don't normally go well. Like we all remember Death Note. Actually, I don't. I never watched it because I knew it would be bad. Okay, and then realistically, I don't really have anything to check right now, so it's just going to be like missions dot append mission. I do want to set up like a main mission, submission kind of thing, but we can do that when we organize it visually. I don't feel like we need to organize that here. Like I don't necessarily see why we need to have two separate arrays for that. We could just have like I don't need to click that. We can have like a thing here, which is like, what's a drop down box? Export. Multi-select? Just got to keep in mind it's not going to be a one-to-one. They introduce and lay more weight on the characters. There's no way they could, right? Like you can't do like a 13-episode TV show on an anime and a manga that is like a manga, I should say, that is like so long and so big. Like yeah, you're going to have to cut it down. You know, like how do you condense like getting to the Grand Line into like how many episodes is the first season? Like 13? That's like 100 episodes. No, it's not. Actually, how long does it take them to get to the Grand Line in the anime? How long to get to Grand Line? How many episodes? I'm one of the smooth brains who haven't watched a single episode of the original. Oh, really? I really like it. It's a lot, you know? To get to the Grand Line in season 2, episode 1, Grand Line. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in the anime though, because the anime is like really long. I don't know. First appearance, chapter 2, episode 23. Entering the Grand Line is 16 episodes. Okay, so they get there pretty quickly, honestly. Wait. East Blue is 61 episodes. So you're talking about like, am I a publisher? No. East Blue, the first like part of the anime is 61 episodes and they're about 20 minutes long. So you're talking about like tons of content just being cut down into like, what, a 13 episode? Season 1 does everything before reaching the Grand Line, yeah. But yeah, you can't. But to be fair, like the first couple of like arcs of the anime are not that good anyway, so. Season 1 is 8 episodes. What the heck? They just introduced Chopper. Is he fully CG? One Piece live action Chopper? I want to see. Oh my god, it is CG. Oh my god. Dude, what the hell? Is that what he looks like? Chopper, my boy. I guess, yeah, they had to. It's like Paddington Bear, but with antlers. Is it a female live actor? What the hell's going on here? Alabaster's a good arc. I like Alabaster. But he does turn into a human, right? Oh, well, I guess he's more like human-like. It's not... Yeah, I don't know. Dude. Look at Smoker. Smoker's such a cool character. Yeah, but that's like lore accurate. That's what Smoker looks like. You know? That's what his character looks like in the anime. Like a million cigars. Dude, so much of this stuff is like, I guess it's kind of old, right? Smoker is pretty awesome. Smoker is a cool character. I haven't seen him much in the anime. I'm sure he's come back. He always pops up. Yeah, I actually tried to watch One Piece anime last night while I was working on this, but it didn't load up for some reason. Export. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna do like a drop down. How do you do like a multi-select? I don't know. Array. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Typed arrays. Export category. Statistics. No, we don't want that. Color no alpha. Export custom. Property hint none. Export directory. Export enum. Here we go. Export enum. And it'll be a little drop down. If you want to see the initial values, must specify. So yeah, we do want to enum probably in text like this. This is the way that you're supposed to do it. And then it's like character name. So we can do like, I've literally forgotten what I need to type already. Export enum. I am so dumb right now. My brain is not working. Just copy the entire line and just change everything. Main. Sub. Yeah, main mission, submission. That we can just like organize them. This is mostly just for like organizing it visually in the UI. Mission type. It's most likely going to be a submission. Okay. Submission. Okay. So we append that. Okay, easy. And then when it's completed, right, there is going to be need to be a tag for that. Export var completed. And this is the crux of the issue. That's going to be false by default. How do I know when it's done? Like, it's fine to create this data, but how do I know when it's done? Okay, so we've got the mission operations director. We add the mission to operations director. And that's it. We just really need to probably access and whatever, check data. Realistically, we go back to the scientist, we update his mission. Submission, it is a submission. Completed, 5 thingos, right? And then we save that. And what we want to do is we want to have a function to give that. So, all right. So we were going to use the signal manager because that's the best way to do these things realistically. So we just say signal manager dot on mission given. It needs to be past tense. Is that, yeah, mission given, on mission given, where you put on in front of everything. And then we pass in the mission. Right, and then we create a signal. That's not right. Got emit. We go back to the signal manager and we create that signal. On mission given. Mission. And that is a mission. Easy. On the player, we can create something here. And we can call it the exact same. See you later, Age of Max. Have a good sleep. Enjoy your Sunday when you wake up. Mission. Void. On mission given. Okay, so here we can just say this is not typed, it's a mission. I suppose technically we could just connect it. Actually, we don't need to put this on the player. We can just operations director, funk ready, underscore ready. Oh, it doesn't have a ready state. Okay, maybe it does. Never mind. Wait, how the hell am I connecting signals to the... Anyway. I'm a little bit lost. Mission. And then the data will be player data dot operation data dot add mission. That's literally it. And then here at the very top, we add the signal. Easy. So then we can get the mission in. Now, where do we call that? So if we go back to the... Now, we have the ability within the dialogue manager to call functions. So we should be able to go to this guy and actually set up a dialogue so that it can even do this. So if I go back to dialogue manager API... condition mutations. Okay. So I'm reading stuff on the screen. You guys can't see it. So, how do we call a function? I know you can. Like some property, you can access properties. Some global.animate, some global. On the dialog end, you can call functions directly from objects passed in. For example, self.pirate can be called as doPirate. Okay. So yeah, you just go do. This will be fun. Do some global signal emit some argument. Okay, so we can do that as well. There's a lot, eh? There's a lot you can do with this. Do some global emit signal. Okay, so that's easy enough. Let's see if we can just get that to go. So could you, and then at the end here we do signal manager dot mission given dot emit, and then we want what's the name of the variable here? Mission. I was gonna do give mission, but I mean I guess I could just do that, like give, but also like it's way easier to do it entirely in the dialogue, I guess. It doesn't know what that is, I don't think. Local variables name value. Game.pirate name, do debug. Extra game states provide signal, some argument. Or will it crash? Does it know? Yeah, that's my question, is does it know what that is? It seems to know everything else. That's pretty cool. Let's just see what happens. If it crashes, it crashes. Pretty straightforward if that's the case. Okay, so here we go. So mission not found, state directory reference. Right, so it doesn't know what that is. So how do I get it to know what that is? Is it self.mission? There's a special property you can use dialogue to refer to dialogue resources that are being run. No. Is it easier if we just go do... No, but I kind of like this. That I can just admit it within... I don't have to write any code on this scientist. Signals, dialogue started, methods. Returns a dialogue, dialogue label. Local variables. If you need temporary, here we go. If you need temporary variables that only exist within dialogue conversation, you can use locals, temporary variables that only live for the current conversation. When the conversation ends, the variables are deleted. Note, locals is a feature provided in the example of balloons. It's a demonstration. Locals? But like, I feel like it's asked about Nathan. Set locals. That's not what I'm trying to do. Passing extra game states when details. Variables from extra game states can be referenced directly without the locals prefix. Expression jumps. Importing dialogue. I don't know. Self.mission. It doesn't know what that is. Like, look at what it knows. Game state, it only can access globals. So what if I instead just do, yeah, I might have to just do give mission. Or I can't access that either. Dude, I'm so confused. Do I have to make it a class that it can access? I've seen him do it. I might have to just watch the video again. Yeah, it doesn't know what that is. Let's read the code. Show error for missing state value. Message will show. If not show, DM settings, get settings, ignore missing state value false. Okay, that's not. If you're here, you're missing a method property in your game state. The error will... The error message down in the debugger would give you some more information. Missing state value failed, not found. States with directly referenced properties, methods, signals, including self, dialogue, example, balloon, dialogue. Autoloads need to be referenced by their name and sort of... Not found. States with directly referenced properties include self, example, balloon, and dialogue manager. Okay, go back to the YouTube tutorial. I don't know how many times I've watched this now.
Hello and welcome to this brief overview of using Dialog Manager 3 in Godot. I can write a separate block with just a couple of lines and then end it. Then in the main flow, I will resolve the Let's talk more about expressions. So
Speed
far,
this
I've
up.
mentioned that expressions can be used in conditions and mutations, but they can also be used in dialogue in both the character name and the spoken text. To insert the value of an expression, wrap it in double curlies. This will resolve the expression at runtime and include the value into the line. Expressions in character names work in a similar way. If you've let your player provide a name for a character, then you can use that name by specifying the variable within double curlies. You can also use expressions as part of inline conditions. Depending on where you use inline conditions will change a little about what they actually do. If you use one inside a response, like this, then this response will need to pass that condition check before it is allowed to be selected by the player. If you use an inline condition within some dialogue, you can optionally show a part of it if that condition is met. Make sure to include a closing /if tag here too. Responses don't need a closing tag because
When you get to the nuts and bolts of quest submission, time comes up a lot and plays an important role. So my mission sheet or campaign missions is an array of time lengths and string names. Interesting.
whole line is part of the condition, whereas with dialogue, only the text between the tags is included in the condition. You can also use expressions as inline mutations. If you want something to happen during a line of dialogue, then you can wrap the usual do syntax of a mutation in square brackets and place it within the dialogue
here
text.
is do
For
owl
example,
dot flap wings.
Flap its wings mid-sentence here, so I add an inline mutation to do it. And just so you know, I can refer to owl here
Owl dot flap wings.
in dialogue because it is defined in the current.
Owl, right. It's referencing itself here because it's defined in the current scene. Extends base scene. Dialogue manager? Wait, this, what the frick? Unhandled input? Hold up. If event action is pressed, show balloon. Okay, so he's referencing it itself. What the hell? So, like, in theory, that's the thing that kind of gets me because this is... Why can't I go to the script? What the hell? Do give mission, dialogue, and then we have the mission.
Scene. And one last place
What the frick? Why does it work for him?
to do it.
Owl.flapwings. Okay, so his is a little different though. But then it could just be like a... He goes, do, exclamation mark. Oh, because it's in line. Like, I understand. I don't think that's going to change anything for me. Like, why can't I reference this, but he can do owl.flapwings?
Within the dialogue text. For example, I want this owl to flap its wings mid-sentence here, so I add an inline mutation to do it. And just so you know, I can refer to owl here in dialogue because it is defined in the current scene.
Dialogue manager show, resource start. And that's, I've got the same exact thing here. This is still going to crash. I already know. Godot just crashed? What the hell? Did you guys see that? I broke everything. This will crash still. Game's still running. Oh, actually it worked. Never mind. Well, I don't know, because the entire engine crashed. What the hell? Crash 7 times. We want the chat. I don't know why it breaks. The window organization breaks sometimes. Du, 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 du. Dun, 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 dun. Go back to that. Serotonin? Serotonin. I love finding cool new dev. Check out. I read your bio too. Seems cool so far. Hey, thank you. Where is the music? I'm gonna go crazy without it. Okay, so we don't know if that worked because the entire engine crashed when we ran it. So let's try that again. And for some reason that had to be wrapped in brackets, which I actually think is wrong. It displayed like a blank screen because it thinks it's text. See this? But also the game didn't crash, so I don't know. Maybe I just needed the exclamation mark at the end. Doesn't... The documentation is... It's good, but like, I think... See, it'll crash now. Mission not found. States with directly referenced properties, methods, signals, self, dialogue. It doesn't know what mission is. I'll lose my brain. So I'm guessing like if you put it in line with text, it just silently fails instead of like actually failing. Like even if I put it there, like yeah, okay, so it will still crash. Yeah, I don't... That is a bit of a question mark for me because like based on what I'm reading, it like theoretically should be able to reference that. But it can't for whatever reason. You have number of apples. If number of apples randomized, I should probably put this on the main screen. Conditions and management. Yeah, I think I just have to read. You can use conditions to block branches starting if conditions. I guess like conditions is not really meant. Like I'm more interested in being able to like process variables within this because I know you can. Variables in dialogue. I would like to know more about this, please. If you need local variables only exist during the conversation, setting them with dialogue set do. That's not what I'm thinking it is. Simultaneous dialogue, labels and jumps, expressions. You can use expressions as jump directives. No. Conditions and mutations, API. Because there's like, obviously there's ways that I can get around this particular... Like I could just create a function within the game state and then that would be fine. I still need to pass the variable though. I'm reading the same thing as before. C#, condition mutations, dialogue balloons, FAQ maybe? Not gonna get help. Supporting this project, how to stop the player from moving while showing dialogue. How do I detect when dialogue's finished? Credit dialogue manager. Why isn't something like built in? How do I get my game feature translations using dialogue? I don't know, man. Should have just sent him a DM. Wonder if he's awake right now. He's probably not. I might have to ask him. Like, what am I missing between what is in his example here and what I'm trying to do?
Refer to owl here in dialogue.
Do owl.flap wings.
Because it is defined in the current scene.
Ow. Ow. You know what I mean? Like, if I make this guy a class, scientist, right? And then I refer for, like, on ready, add on ready. I have to save it. Does it have a settings area? I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like it you know, like, you know, there are advantages and disadvantages to using plugins. It's like when you don't know how to do something, it becomes really difficult. If I rolled it myself, I would have just done it in a different kind of way. Scientist equals self, right? And then surely, based on like what we've done there, we can just say do scientist dot expected end of expression give mission. Right? You can rip it out before you get too far. Is now part of the... No, it's not that deep, right? It's just one character. I don't think, like, rolling it myself would take a long time, though. Like, if this is the only hurdle right now, I think, like, I will just send him a message and ask him, how is this done? You know what I mean? States with directly referenced properties. Signals include... You know what I mean? I'll just ask him, and I'm sure he'll tell me.
And one last place for expressions that I'll mention is jumps. If here in dialogue, because it is wings mid-sentence here, so I add an inline mutation to do it. And just so you know, I can refer to out.
I'm sure it's like all set up properly. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll just have to ask him. For now, it's a lot easier if I just on start, I will just when you interact, so like right now, this is not exactly like super efficient. I'm just going to call the function give mission when you actually start talking to him. And so if you haven't received the mission, you'll just get the mission. You know, you're just going to get it. Non-existent function add mission in base mill. Okay. What's it called? Add mission. Okay. Maybe that was always the problem. Maybe the problem was here and not there. Don't know. because in the player data, we have not yet defined the mission manager. This is the wrong player state machine, player data, security time, buff time. Did I not put, or did it just get distracted? Inventory operations data? Oh, it's right there. I can't read. And then we add an operation director. Was that always the problem? And it just wasn't giving me a correct error? And then in theory, if we go and have a look at the live view, we should be able to see that the player has that. Although sometimes it can be a bit dodge. Player data, operations data. Yeah, it won't show. It's a bit weird like that sometimes. It is there. I'm fairly 99% confident. What we can do is put a breakpoint on the operations director. Or we can even just do a dirty little printout. Hello, how we doing, Lubos? That's what I'm gonna go. Nate B. Well, actually it's L apostrophe. Lubos. Anyway. Mission dot name. There you go. Sneaky little print. Oh shit. The GitHub for the dialogue manager has a discussions tab. Looks like contextual questions around the. Looks like good contextual questions around the plugin. Oh, okay, yeah, go. Just check the GitHub because people are just asking questions there. Property access for dictionary, character portrait, add documentation for locals. SPR adds documentation for using local variables in Dialogue Manager. Making them more visible for everyone. I hope everyone in their games, and this, what, got rejected or something? Requested changes. No one assigned. Add basic local variables. Can I see it? The locals variable gives you access to dialogue specific variables. These variables are created when oh no, this is what I've read this. Using a function call and conditional statement causes stack overflow, infinite recursion. Unable to access dialogue manager. Test basic dialogue, wrong assertion. Allowed us to indicate a local state of shortcut. Signal scope. How do I move? What about property? Unused code, string dialogue condition not resolved properly. Crash on primitive. Whatever. I'll look at it later. Okay, yeah. So we are receiving that mission. That's great. So we can update the UI and stuff like that. But how do we know it's done? Also, like, actually, yeah, understanding all of this is going to be kind of challenging because, like, in my head, right? So, like, actually dealing with this is not that challenging if I want to do it in a way that sort of is easy to deal with. Because, like, I could just check here and then show a different dialogue. Although we know that the dialogue manager is capable of checking that and displaying a different dialogue on its own. So, that is something that we can just get around until I learn more about the plugin. What are we coding? We're trying to do missions. So for example, right now we have a very, very basic setup with just a regular guy. So it's a Metroidvania, and we're sort of like just at this entrance, and we've got everything just here, which is crazy. But we've got our guy that we can talk to. Say we want to talk to somebody in the game and they want us to do something for them. It can be complicated, it can be simple, and right now it is as simple as it gets. Kill X number of things. Destroy 5 crawlers. I will give you a gift, right? And then you get a mission. The question is, one, we need to display it here so you know that you've received that. We probably need to have something show up on screen when you do get that, so you know that when someone asks you something, there is like something that you can do. It's not just like text. Like, say for someone being like, oh, this is blocking the way, it's not just them talking about how there's like a fallen in hallway. There's like something that you can do to actually make it so that it can be accessed. And then you might get something like an item or like a new power-up or something like that. I don't know. But right now we're sort of at the point where we can get that data. So we've got the mission here. We've got a mission. It's called Destroy Crawler Drones, and it has details and it has a UID. We should probably generate one. And realistically, the whole point of having a UID is to actually check that it is the same. So in the mission data, I suppose they're resources. So do they know? They probably don't really need UIDs because you can just, they have them innately. Resources do. Anyway, the point is that now we're sort of at that point, like, how do you know when that's done? Like, what keeps track of that? And how much of it should we keep track of? If that makes sense. We could create temporary objects, attach them to the player. Dialogues have the same rule as modal manager. A modal manager enforces the panels in an order. Yes. Yes. So the question is, how do we know when something has been done? And how can we make it so that we don't have to make one for every single mission? You know what I mean? Like, if we do one for killing crawlers, okay, it's not that hard for me to figure out whether or not you've killed a crawler, right? Because we just go and we could just log every single enemy that you kill. That's actually really easy, right? Because when something is killed, where's the facility? Okay. So when there's an enemy, say a crawler, all you would do, defeated, emit, right? I don't know where that goes, to be honest, but we have a signal. We could just signal out to like the game state that you've defeated an enemy. And I mean, that would be it. You could signal it back to the player. The player could check against the missions. There's a million different ways that you could do this. It's just, what's the more efficient way? What's the most easiest way? Like, if I say, can you clear this? We add a variable. Do we need to like have that variable held somewhere in the game state? Activities, like, what is it? You know? You could have like corresponding missions. Like, probably, if I think about, like, you have to kind of like still be able to tell when something is happening. So we could do it with signals. Signals is the easiest way to do it. It's kind of annoying though, because our signal manager is getting so massive. I guess it's just going to be this big. Like, I actually don't think there's a way to get around this. Like, if you just need to have like a global signal. You could organize them. So you could have like mission related signals, or also you could just like, so when the crawler prototype has died, you could just have it emit a signal. Don't change midstream. Keep on the same pattern. Easier to refactor later on. Yeah, no, I'm not changing the signal. The signal manager ain't changing. That would be a nightmare. Like the entire code base would need to change, and it works really well. It's just I don't like how long it is. Like that's the thing. Like the signal manager is actually really good because so for example, like I completely changed the layout of the UI. Like we pulled it all from the game state. So prior to yesterday, in the game state, this is like just running the entire game. That's what it's supposed to do. It had every single UI local to the game just available all the time. So if you're in the main menu, like the game pause menu was there and you could access it, which is not really good. And so like, okay, that shouldn't be here. When we load into the game, we should load that up. And when we exit the game, we should unload it. And so I've done that now. And all I had to do was create a new node and load it up. I didn't have to change anything else because everything that it communicates with is via a global signal. So if you know, like if it needs to get access to the inventory, that is being sent via a global signal. And if it's not, it's being accessed via the game state, which it has access to the player data anyway. So like nothing within those UI nodes ever had a dependency. There was no dependency. It just was like on its own. So I can put it anywhere in the scene and it kind of still works, which is really good for this kind of pattern. It's just, yeah, it's like, okay, I have like a really long list of signals, and I think that's fine. I'm happy with that. It's just, sometimes I'll look at this and go like, oh God, this game is getting really big. But that's fine, you know, it's okay. But yeah, so for something like this, I do think that's the easiest way to go about it. You might want to break it up into sections with comments. Yes. And that's literally, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Like, we need to come into this and go, okay, so we are going to need to create an entire subsection. Like if we're thinking, and it is probably the easiest way to have like a subsection called like mission signals. Because like at the end of the day, being able to communicate globally back and forth is really powerful. Like I don't want to have to create like a detection object on the player, have a separate function for every single different mission. It's way easier if I just have them within the mission. So if I go to like the mission here and we could create a submission, like we could create like a separate script for each one, I suppose. When you kill it, we need a count, right? So that's the other thing as well. We need to keep track of when they're killed. Like if it's a crawler, you'll have to kill, like defeat this boss or whatever the frick. We could have like you can also write functions in line. You know, that is a possibility. It's kind of hard, but I know you can. So there's two options. We could create like sub resource scripts doesn't sound good, actually. So you could also export function in a string box. So you could have like a string, what do you call it? I shouldn't have closed that. could have a multi-line export multi-line. Hint string var like function. And then you could put a string in that. Arbitrary code execution is a problem though. I suppose that's technically always possible. But yeah, then you can just like create a function called call mission function. And then you can just say call method. No, that's not really gonna work. We could also just attach a script, which might be easier. What are our other options? Call deferred, callable. Could create a callable, type of callable. Create. So then you could then you can have a variant and a string name. I don't know what the variant would be called. Like, what is this? Like, method? It's a variant. Actually, not too sure. I might have to do some research on that too, because that is a possibility. Just create the function inline so that we say, hey, when you get this to 5, like, keep track of a variable and like when it's 5. So when we're calling the signal that we've defeated it, that function gets called and we keep track of a variable, so we don't have to like have a custom script for everything. That is a possibility. We could attach an object as well. I think that's probably a valid thing as well. I really need to go to the toilet, so I'm going to put something on and then I'll be back. Let's not watch Iran. That is definitely not what we want. What's something game dev related? This is really short though. Come on. This is my personal algorithm, so now you know how messed up everything is. The secret to creating crisp 3D pixel art. That looks good. What about Godot related though? I want Godot. What's new in Godot? Hey, look, it's me. Making a horror-themed RPG? Godot game Jet Vlog? That'll do. Thanks.
I am so happy to report that compared to last year, I am way more locked in on game dev.
This is the only problem with doing morning streams. Like, really, like, toilet time. I suppose if you have like a really long stream.
Than ever before. And it kind of feels really good. I'm not sure how I lost my way so bad in the past. Could be forcing myself to work on projects I didn't really see the vision in. Could be the sophomore slump of learning game dev for the 2nd year in a row. New hobbies always start off so fun and interesting. Then after a few years, I'm like, damn, I really should play through all the Resident Evils and then rank them internally. I did that, and there's a couple good ones. There's a lot of bad ones. And I kind of like the bad ones. But whatever the reason, I feel more back and more passionate about game dev than ever. So back, in fact, that I think I might have just finished my favorite game jam I've ever done. So let's get into it. This is Godot Wild Jam 90. Journey Home. It's Godot Wild Gem as always. We have a week to make a game. I'm doing it alone because I'm a maniac. The theme this time is Journey. That's right, get all your 80s band jokes out of the way. Many coworkers suggested I should make a game about not stopping believing, where Tony Soprano eating spaghetti at that restaurant. Wait, hold on, that's not a bad idea. As always, we rank the game jam. I'm gonna rank this one Tony Soprano out of spaghetti. I like this theme. This is a good one. As a theme, it's sort of vague enough, but it invokes this imagery of a big adventure. And ironically enough, as soon as I heard the theme, I thought this should be the first game I do not use WASD controls. I don't know why, but it always sort of felt like a crutch. It must be because I do it every game, and it always sort of bugged me like I need to break out of that box. And this is probably one of the best decisions I've had in a while. Last time we did minimal art and focused more on coding, this time go to hell. But now I appreciate everyone saying you should code more and do all less art and get a job, stop being a loser. But sometimes you gotta live your life. All right, if I want to draw little pictures and get overwhelmed, let me get overwhelmed. What are you, the f***ing cops? But I want to draw environments. I hate drawing people, so we draw mountains and hills. And I can't lie here, I'm very inspired by the winner of the last game jam, Idle Luke and Hatmix. Their art totally blew me away, specifically this background. Something about how simple and effective this art style was made me want to try something similar myself. My attempt at this came out better than I thought, but I couldn't really decide on a color scheme, probably because I wasn't really sure what the game was going to be. From here, I start drawing a van. And this is why I like doing art first. I have to think of a game idea, and I have maybe some vague concepts in my head somewhere, but I have to do something while I think, and drawing is what I can do. Draw the outside and the inside of the van. Because as I'm brainstorming, I'm falling on the idea of a party that exists in the van, and as they travel across the world, they stumble into events that challenge them. I have no idea what those events are going to look like at this stage, because all I have is the van and the open road, brother. That's all I need. Yeehaw. We put the van in, we put the open road in. We do some kind of coding so that way you can hit travel on the van and it starts moving, it bobs up and down. As always, the van doesn't move, the environment behind the van moves, and it looks really good. Unlike the last game jam where it looked much less good. I should stop here. I said the word should. I like to do the polish. What do you want from me? That's the fun stuff. I add particles into the game. The particles only move when the van moves. I add some cool lights to the van. It's got some brake lights, some headlights. I said before, I couldn't really settle on the tone of the environment. Is it nighttime? Is it daytime? Why not all the time? I code the canvas modulate to do a day-night cycle. That only changes when the van is moving. It also prints out what time of day it is. Thinking I might use that, I never use that. Which actually, I'm pretty proud of. But it works, and it sells the idea that time is passing. And if nothing else, I think to myself, at this stage in the game, we have a cool screensaver. Just put this on in the background, chill beats to drive a van to. From here, I realize we need characters. And I've been really interested lately of having customizable characters. Thing is, it's a game jam. We don't have that much time. I'm thinking, what's the easiest way to do something like that? And what I settled on, I think, is a good compromise. Instead of letting you pick all the parts of a character, all the sprites, the head, the body, the legs, I just draw all those assets and have them play randomly, which I personally think looks kind of fun and chaotic. Then, when we go to select the character, it picks all those assets for us, and we get to name them. Okay, that's as far as I can go without locking in the ideas of the game. And here's what I've landed on. Characters have stats, wisdom, strength, and craftiness. Their stats are generated randomly. When the van pulls up on an event, we'll get a random number, apply the character's stat to that random number, and see whether or not they pass or fail. It is by no means perfect, but it's a good start on what is ultimately kind of a turn-based RPG. First step of that is something I just learned to do recently, and that is utilizing resources in Godot. I blame you guys for not telling me to do this earlier. This is a game changer. What a complete lifesaver this turned out to be. I'm so upset that I didn't understand resources until about 3 months ago, because now all I have to do is make a resource for the character. It has all his stats, all his relevant information. We just pass that through to whatever function wants it. It must have been a nightmare to watch my old videos and see me do things so backwards. I'm trying to learn here. It's very difficult. My brain's only so big. Something I haven't touched on yet, but is probably very obvious. This concept is what I would call UI heavy. Very, very heavy. Part of that is because the characters can't walk. The time we save, not having to draw animations, we are definitely piling up, having to do smooth transitions. The amount of times I have to type tween.create tween.set parallel, set trans for everything, because everything looks so much better when it fades in, fades out. Little things like when you select the character, it plays this really cool animation. Unfortunately, that's just adding on more polish, more stuff that takes time. And I like doing it. I said I like doing it. I mean that I like doing it, but sometimes it's just a lot. And in my head, I'm thinking we need to close in on a gameplay loop sooner rather than later. One last thing that I do before I leave the character entirely is work on this shader that does this question mark effect. I don't know anything about shader code, so I just kind of vibe coded my way through that part. I suspect that that's pretty common with Godot users. It's just a lot to learn. Despite that though, the effect did come out pretty clean. From here, I put the character down and start working on the events and figure out what this game is actually going to be about, and leads me to make what I think is my first ever horror game. When I first got into coding, I was convinced it was too hard. Sure, I could watch tutorials online, but there's a big leap between watching some YouTube videos and actually learning how to code. Luckily, that's where the sponsor of today's video comes in, Brilliant.org. I'm really not exaggerating when I say I was afraid of coding back then, and watching videos oftentimes just made me more frustrated. Brilliant made the whole process feel way less intimidating, mostly because Brilliant's courses are super interactive and visual, which is perfect for someone like me who needs to learn by doing. Not to mention the countless amount of times I found misinformation online compared to if I followed along with Brilliant, where I'd know not only how to do something, but why it does what it does, which is frankly way more important. But Brilliant is more than just coding. Sure, that's what interests me the most, but they have a crazy amount of courses, from learning large language models, courses in data analysis, science, logic, and reason. They really have it all. Programming in Python was always my go-to, but lately I've been sort of jumping around, which Brilliant makes it easy to do. You don't have to lock into every single course. If you feel like you want to jump ahead, the option's always there. Recently, I was scrolling through computer science fundamentals, picking up on things that sounded interesting or confusing to me, knowing full well that Brilliant's going to walk me through and help me understand it pretty quickly. If you want to give it a try, head to brilliant.org/mz DMZ, where you can get the first
Brilliant.
30 days completely free, along with 20% off the annual
It's
premium
fun.
subscription. I want to thank
I don't
Brilliant so
know
much for sponsoring this video. It really does mean a lot to
how
me.
much you
And with that,
learn,
let's
but
get
I
back
do.
into it.
It's
I
good
know I
fun.
need a gameplay loop, and I know that I probably needed it like 2 days ago. By now, there's like 3 days left to the game jam, but late is better than never. We just have to take our
Dude, this looks so
screensaver and give
good.
it turn-based combat. How hard could that be? I figured there's going to be 2 elements. The first is the actual object we're encountering on the road, which I don't know what that really is, so I'm just going to draw a big purple box. And we have the question mark shader. Ooh, it's mysterious. Wow. That way we can reveal it once they get close enough. It's going to be a whole production. Then the second, more important thing is going to be the UI for what we can call combat. Originally, the concept was I was going to pick a random number as a skill check, but then I remembered last year I did a game jam where I had to draw a bunch of dice, one of which was a D6, which I had all these animations for. I rarely ever reuse assets from old game jams, so I made note of it here. This is the only thing I reuse, and mostly because it fits so perfectly with what I want out of my game. Plus, it gives this sort of nerdy D&D aesthetic, and I'm into that. Something I don't really touch on a lot when making a game is that in the beginning, everything starts off really open. The possibilities are truly endless, so you have to correctly laser in on the thing that makes your game interesting.
Is devlogs still alive? Do people still watch
Doing a
devlogs?
thing takes like a couple hours to get done, and then you reflect back and go, I think it's fun, I don't know. If I was a smarter man, I would have just made this as a board game IRL. Make some characters on paper, roll some dice, and see what feels fun. I didn't do that. Not even close. But I did kind of get lucky, because what I landed on, I think, turned out to be pretty cool. I made a system where the event can spawn up to 4 dice. Because I color-coded the skills, wisdom, strength, and craftiness, we just put that color on the dice, minimizing the UI as much as possible. From here, I made a system where you click on the dice, select a player, it smoothly animates the player forefront of the event, it rolls the dice, then applies the character skill, see if
That's
they pass or
juicy as
fail,
hell.
and then send them back. I say that like it was easy. Lots of ups and downs, weird bumpiness, animations that weren't finishing, tweens getting overwritten by other tweens, but I did get there, sloppy code aside. And the
That's
whole time I'm
nice.
focusing on this one idea, what can the player really control? Which is something I'm deadly afraid of, because when there's dice rolling in games, there's a tendency to say, it was out of my control. My solution to that is what I'm calling the energy system. To pick a character to roll a die, it costs 1 energy. When a character is out of energy, they become exhausted, which means they can't be used for the next 3 events, and if no character is used at any given time, then the game is over. To add on to that, I made it so that if you double a skill check, let's say the skill check was 2 and you get 4 or above, you immediately get your energy back, which means you could kind of go forever. After all the dice are completed, I do a separate reward
Roguelike.
phase. If they failed more than half their rolls, I would punish a character. If they passed more than half, I would reward. And if they passed every single dice roll, I would do a critical success and give 2 bonus stats to 2 random characters. Lastly, to add a little bit more depth, I added the ability for characters to rest, which means you commit to them not being usable in events for a reward later down the line. This system is by no means perfect, but I do think I overcame the game is just random, lol, what's the point? There's enough here for me to playtest, and I'm feeling this game is actually pretty fun. What we could really use is a narrative reason why anything is happening. And that's when it dawned on me. Instead of drawing these weird events, what I could do to make it simpler is just draw these giant billboards. So I'm Googling billboards or movie posters, trying to get inspired. Before you know it, I'm just looking at horror movie posters thinking these would be fun to draw. And yes, they are very fun to draw.
How
And
do
in that
people-
moment, I realized all I really want to add
My
is
biggest
cheesy-
question is like, where do people find the time to do all this stuff? Are they just like really talented? Like, I could not draw something like that. You know, it would take me a week.
C-tier horror movie villains. Just parodies of horror movies that I particularly really like, and have this random cast of characters in the van fight off against them. I end up making like 8 of them, so there's a lots of really dumb ones. Some standouts are The Ring, my personal favorite horror movie. Jaws,
TV
which
girl.
is called Sharkmouth. I really like that. Scream is
I guess he was just
3D,
tracing,
Grudge,
maybe,
which
I
I
don't
watched
know.
recently. It didn't really hold up, but it was on my mind. I tried to make some of them easier and some of them harder, because I realized the resource of completing an event is actually very important for the game, and some of the last things I add are all this dialogue that comes through, whether or not you pass and fail each dice roll. It was really fun to do, and I make sure to use your character's name in the dialogue, which makes it feel way more playful and fun. I finish it off with a collection of goofy horror sound effects and music, along with adding this fail state where it sums up all your party and what they do afterwards. There's only like 20 things that can happen, but they're all fairly stupid. Like this one just says they got into the world record for biggest fucking crybaby, which is really uncalled for. It is a game jam. I was exhausted at this point, but I have to say, I'm only a couple days out from it being finished, and it might be one of my favorite jams I've ever done. Restraining myself by not having a character you move around, pushing myself to use resources, having it immediately pay off, and of course, I love everything horror, so
A lot
being
of
able to
tubers
use that
hire a
stuff
set
here-
of editors who live in cages and they're slave. Oh yeah, but he only has 40k subscribers. Like, I can tell you from my own personal experience that that is not a substantial enough amount. Like 15k views is like, I mean, that's under $100 of revenue. And then Brilliant, I mean, depends on the rate that you negotiate with them, but it's pretty good. Like, let's just assume like $30 per 1,000. I don't know what his average views are like, but that's like 30 times 15, right? That's 450 USD probably. maybe more. Like we could say like generously, maybe they gave him $1,000. They overpaid me, that's for sure. That's not enough money to hire a set. Like editors are really expensive. Depends where you get them from. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe this guy has like more funds than I would realize, but I don't know who this is. He seems like a really good dude. I don't mean to like talk badly on him, but it's just more like the level of like money that you can make from YouTube is exponential, but it also is a very long flat line before it goes up. Yeah. And even when you pay somebody, it doesn't really pay off. Glad you're vibing at Legend. Oh yeah. Capital investment, yeah. I mean, I've paid people to edit for me and it cost a lot of money. I probably paid more than I should have. And because I hired someone in Australia, which is always going to be expensive, and we negotiated in USD because we didn't realize we were both in Australia until we talked more. And he was a really nice guy. He did a really good job, but the videos didn't land. And so for me, it's not worth the risk. So like because like I'm still really spotty when it comes to like my content, and if it does well, you know, sometimes I'll have something that gets, you know, over 10,000 views, and that's great. It doesn't really translate to like much money, but it feels good, like from a dopamine level. You know what I mean? And it's like that cost, especially if the video doesn't do well, feels really bad. And it's not really to do with the editor. It's like the content is what matters. And so like I feel personally like I'd rather just like put out less content, be under less pressure, and if it does well, it does well. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But yeah, it's definitely not something you can't really quit your day job. You have to really like. I think I worked out that I need to have about like I would need like 100,000 plus views a month with sponsors for it to be like even competitive with my day job. You know what I mean? And so that's like a lot. That's a tall order in the world of YouTube. Okay, so we are trying to figure out what the so yeah, it's the question is like how do we know when the mission is done? Now, last night when I was thinking about this, I was like, oh well, just let the character that gave you the mission check that information to see if it's true. But like something where it's like kill 5 or something, it's like how would it know that? But there is something that I'm thinking of now, is that you need a corresponding resource that you can attach to the things that you want the player to do. So say if it was to like clear some rubble or collect a key for a door, things that relate to the main mission, maybe like where you can just have like little sub missions to like keep the player on track to where they're going and what they're doing. Like so the main mission is going to be like to stop this catastrophic event from. There's a technique called video grepping. A program reads the dialogue and does super cuts, e.g. removing gaps from time. You can do the same with Python, FFmpeg for silence gaps. Back to the show. I mean, that's pretty good. If you're like cutting down a stream, I guess. I tried doing stream cuts that don't do well. And I don't know, that could just be me. The shorts do better, and you don't really need a tool for that. You just have to like find a good moment and chop it up. That only takes like an hour or two. Okay, so yeah, so the question is like, how do we know? We could attach a sub resource, another like a mission objective resource to the items that we want, and have them match up with the name of the mission, and then we can track whatever that is. But it's still, we need to like, that's kind of like a simple solution because we need 5 of them to like We could just be like objective count. We could have just like an export variable objective count. And this is kind of like an int and an export for objective count required. This is a really basic way of doing it. Say like anything that you get just sends out. So if you had to go collect something, then the objective count would be 1, and the objective count. So you start off at 0, right, for your objective count. And then you need like, say 1 by default. We forgot the typing. Okay, and say for crawlers it's 5. We attach a sub resources to that, and then we pass in that resource to this mission, and it just counts up. And once it hits 5, it doesn't really care what it is. So if you have to go collect a key, it's just 1, right? Like we attach. So you walk over this key, this like key card or whatever. When you hit it, we send off a signal to the mission, and it just ticks up to the required objective count. You have whatever it is you need. And that'll count as completed, and then we can just like write the logic for what happens when this objective is completed somewhere else, like on the object that cares about it. Or like say for the scientist guy, like he only needs to know that you did the thing, like, and then we can just do whatever happens come next. Like whatever happens, you know? I think that could work on a very basic sense. Like we're literally just counting up. And so if it's a collection, yeah, I think that could work. I do like the idea of having like inline functions. I think that could work as well, because then we can create more dynamic requirements. But for now, I think we can just try this, which means we will need like an objective. What's the essence of a mission? For mine, it was time, location, conditions. I think it's going to be collection for me. Like, you know, like I'm talking like, oh, we kill a thing, we collect a thing, you know, like because it is a Metroidvania, so exploration is kind of like a key element of a Metroidvania. So like if you find a guy, like in my head canon, sort of what's going to happen in this game is you're going to get into this scientific facility that's being like overrun by monsters or whatever. And your first objective is going to be to get the security pass so that you can get into the laboratory. But in order to do that, you have to defeat the security drone. And so like we could give the player, so the main mission will be like investigate the facility and stop the catastrophe. I don't know how you'd call it, but that's the main mission. But like then the submission can be, you need to get the key to the laboratory. And so we can give the player a submission, and once you've done that, like it's just a quantity thing, whether or not you've acquired that. So at the end, you kill the security drone and you get access to the main security console, and that gives you that, and it'll just be a counter. So we just count up 1. You know what I mean? And so now you've got that. And we might have another thing called keys. We can put that in, but realistically, when you acquire that, we'll attach like a mission objective to it, and that'll just fire off a signal and say, this is the objective for this mission, count it as collected. And so the mission resource can remain like agnostic to whether or not it knows what's going on in the game. It just gets told that it's done. And so realistically, we can just create a function called acquire objective. And it's going to take an objective, which is just an integer actually. It's nothing else. And literally we will say objective count plus equals objective. And then if objective count required is equal to or greater than, it should not be possible to go over. then objective count. I don't think, I'm sitting my head like, will it be going over? I don't know. Then we can say that it's completed equals true. Okay. So that is that. And then we can potentially fire off a signal to like let the UI know that it's been completed or whatever. Okay, so we do that. And now we also need to create an objective, right? An objective resource that we can give off whatever, you know, wherever. So in the scripts, we want to go to our scripts folder. We've got the mission manager, we've got missions, we've got operation directive, and we'll create a new object here that inherits resource. And it's just going to be called objective. Create. Objective, and so we'll give this a class name. Objective. Now, at export. I recently updated my first game onto itch. Nice, dude. Congratulations. We have a community game night at the end of every month. And if you want, we can play it. I can play it. Just join the Discord and hang out for the 29th of March, I think it is. 28th of March, I should say. So the mission is just a mission. Can we just connect the mission to it? Like we can just... So if we add an objective and then we just say that it's a part of this object, like, you know? And then we can just call the function. Would that work? What kind of game are we making? We're making a Metroidvania. I don't think that would work because the mission is a resource, but it's still worth knowing what it is. So if we create missions and then we attach them to the objective and to the player, we can just do a little check and say, hey, is this the objective of that mission? Do you have this objective? If not, then whatever. And then we can increment, right? So we can call a function probably on the player because the player has access to the mission data. So when you kill something, or like whenever you hit this objective, we are going to need to like make sure that the player is aware of that. Now I don't know if the... Just dropped a sub, thank you so much. So we could create a function called objective met. Objective met. And then we can just go void. And then all we say is we do a signal. So we can create a signal in the signal manager. And we just pass off this and say, hey, this objective has been met. Increment. Signal manager. No. Signal manager. There we go. I can't read. The text is too small. So on mission given, let's just split this up. I do like the idea of just putting these between like comments, essentially. On objective met. And it also carries a mission objective. Okay, and we create a signal for that. And we admit that. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Voltron Studios. $2.79 Canadian. That's a lot of money. I appreciate it. Objective, we need to go like signal manager dot on objective. Did I forget? No, yep. Where are we gonna emit? And then we just emit the mission, right? So we can leverage the fact that missions are unique to get this connection where we just attach the resource to the objective and to the player, and we can just like meet them up and just throw it around. You know what I mean? It's actually really quite a helpful little feature of resources. So in the player script, we're going to connect to that signal. Dude, I'm going to need like a separate object to like handle all the connections. Okay. On objective? On objective. It should be on mission objective, Matt. Make it more clear. And then we'll create a function for that. But first we have to go figure this out. Signal manager. Change that. And then go back to the objective script and change that. Okay. Save all of that. And then go back to the player. And then we'll come down and we'll create a function here. 140 lines on the character script is not that bad. On objective mission, we go mission, and then we just pass it off to the mission manager and say, hey, player data dot operations data dot mission objective. What do we call it? Like add mission objective? What's it called in the mission? It's called acquire objective. Mission objective acquired. Acquired. And we pass the mission. Okay. So now we have to go to the operations data and create a function here called mission objective acquired. It takes a mission, and we just need to find that mission. So if missions dot has missions has mission, we actually need to get a copy of that because that's the one we want. var mission objective completed mission. I don't know actually. Mission, we could find the mission index, probably is the easiest way to reference that, because it is an array. So mission index is just going to be an int, and then we can say if missions has missions, then we can say mission index is equal to missions dot find, and then the variant, which is mission here, like this. I mean, maybe there's an argument for it to be like a dictionary instead, because then we can just straight up just jump to that, rather than just having to get to the int. I don't know. There's question for that. This is also gonna create an issue for partially completed missions, because when we also think about the save and load function, now the way I did this for inventory is that I created an array when I saved it of the path. So when I think about saving and loading the missions, I need to know two things right now: is the path to the resource of the mission so I can go and get it, and then I also need to know like how many of the objectives, but I can store that in a dictionary in the save data. Like I can create a dictionary with like within that JSON of the path to the resource and the number of objectives met, also whether or not it's completed, and then when I load it back up, I can create a function to loop through them all, create the resource and update the data of like whether or not it's completed and the objective, so if it's partially completed, and that will work. I don't need, and then I need to just add them to this mission array, like when I bring it back, like when I load the game, for example. I think it will work. I think it's fine to keep it as an array. I can see the way that the data will flow back in. It's not super complicated. So the mission index will be fine. Find returns an int, right? From what? Returns the index of the first occurrence of this array. That's fine, because there's only going to be one type of it. Okay, so that is fine. We have the int. So then we can just say if mission index. We can increment that. We can just say current mission. I don't know if this is flowing correctly. This feels kind of weird. Equals missions dot. Is there like a get? Oh yeah, there is int. But then I can just like go mission index. I do think dictionary feels better here. Current mission, and then we can say current mission dot acquire objective. Okay, so there is other issues here. We do need a quantity. Within this function. So it means we're going to have to communicate that across all the data. So this needs to have a quantity. Right, and then the signal manager needs that. Well, it doesnn need it. I've explained this a bunch of times, like literally every time I do this. This doesn't matter, it's just for me. You don't need to put these like typings on this. And then in the objective, when we emit that, we need to emit a quantity. We can just put that as an export variable, like for whatever reason, it could be more than one. I don't know. Quantity. But one by default, I think is fine. Okay, so that will be passed around. Okay, so here is how this is going to work. If I go back to the scientist, I feel confident about this. We'll see in a second. So if I save this... Oh, my mouse is not working. Ooh, I got a lot of errors there. If I go to scripts and I go to mission manager and I go and I save a folder called missions, and here I will just call this destroy crawl. I'll give it the name. It's fine. Destroy crawlers. And I save that. Now, within the crawler prototype, we can create, so this guy is just extending enemy, right? So that's fine. We can create a export variable called mission objective. Because he is a mission objective, and then we can just, it's called objective. And then here, when we get killed, play death effect here on enemy health 0, we can say mission objective dot objective met. There, easy. And then if we come out of this, and we go back to the crawler, and we create a mission objective. Congrats, Voltron. I think you're applying to something else. Anyway, so and then we can come to the mission manager here, and does this need a refresh? Wait, I saved that, right? Eh? Where's the folder that I created for this? Am I crazy? What? Dude, that second coffee really like hit. What did I called it something, I called it crawler, destroy crawlers. Destroy crawler, mission manager, missions. Heh, there we go. Okay, so we've got the destroy crawler drone here, we've got the quantity. Okay, so, now, we can easily test. This should all pretty much just work. We obviously don't have like a thing for this guy to like say that it's been done, but we should be able to check within like just printouts and stuff like that. So we can go back to the missions, and we can, yeah, I created the UID variable, but I actually don't think we need an ID because resources are inherently unique anyway. Okay, so acquire objective. So then we can say if completed, we would fire off a signal, but right now I'm just going to print name and then completed. Right. Okay. Let's see what happens. Everything just crashes. Oh, we forgot to put the callable in. Okay, I forgot a step. I was skipping over stuff like crazy. So annoying. Dude, way to kill my flow, Godot. What the hell? Wonder how many other steps I forgot. This is no longer like organized. Dude, it's so annoying, like Windows just kills the organization. Like unorganizes my windows. What's it called? Like when you do like a group like this? I don't actually know the name of it. Okay. Such a long load time now. I'm gonna need to address that at some point. Okay, let's go acquire that, and so we can see that. Oh, actually, I think I took that out. Okay, anyway. I accidentally. So let's go kill some crawlers. We have to kill 5. There should be plenty over here. Okay. 2, 3. There's a 4th one here. Oh no, you got stuck. There we go. That's 4. There should be a 5th one. Just above. Alright. That was our 5th one, right? Okay, so maybe it was not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Is there something in the debugger, perhaps? I don't know. Parameter delta is never used. Method connect, okay, it's just a bunch of boring warnings. Okay, so I thought I was like hitting a major flow state there, but I guess I just wasn't. Oh well. So let's have a look at this. Could it be that the ground enemies, like the crawlers, they do have the mission objective attached to them, so there's no errors there. Did I perhaps not have the... Let's just go to the player, and as far as I'm aware, the signal was being triggered because I wasn't... Let's just hit a breakpoint on mission objective acquired and follow it through. I have to talk to the guy, get the mission. The closest crawler is back this way. Okay, so that is going through, which is good. Mission quantity 1. How do you find the Discord? It will be in the description. Step over, step into. Okay, mission objective acquired via mission index. Oh, is it potentially like not getting the right mission index? Mission index is 0. If mission index... there's some bad code here because it just skips straight over that. Okay, stop. That's in the mission data, right? Objective. No. Operations. Okay, so this is kind of bad. Because it's, yeah. If mission index is not null, is not equal to null, then we can go ahead and do this. And this, by the way, is a mission. So let's change the breakpoint since we know it's making it to here. So let's put the breakpoint here instead of here so that we get a little further in the code and we can just see that getting processed correctly. I forget sometimes doing like a null check on a number doesn't work because numbers. I'm pretty sure it defaults to 0, so it's always going to be true. It's never going to be null. Okay. Step into, if mission index is not equal to null, mission equals this, current mission acquired, acquire objective, objective count plus this, objective. Okay, yeah, and it counts as true because I never changed that to 5. Okay, I think it's working. Operations director, let's turn that off. Destroy 5 crawlers, it's actually just 1. So we should just destroy that guy here. Just kill this guy so it doesn't bother me. I guess I could just pause the game. Drones completed. Easily. So then it just counts as completed. And now we can go back to that guy and get something from him. So that's the next thing that we have to do, right? We have to... okay, first of all, let's go and find the destroy crawler drones mission. This is good though, because then you can just like, if you want to change a mission, you don't have to like go find the object that gives it. You just have it here. And then we can say that the objective count required is 5, like we said before. And then we can also like count that as like a quantity. You can display that within the UI. But anyway, so now we have that. Then what we need to do is, all right, we have to go to handle what happens when it's done, you know? So we need to go find the scientist. Because like realistically at this point then, the scientist needs to check that. And we could probably just do that with global signals or something of the sort. Scientist 1. So we got give mission. We probably need to check mission. And then the reward. So we need a reward, right? So this will just be another signal. There's no reason for this. Like, we have to pass it off to the player. The only way to get to that from here is to do a signal, because he doesn't have access to the player itself. So, check mission complete. Now, the real question will be, if the mission is completed, what can we do? Like, how can we change the dialogue? That's the question. Like, that is going to be the next step, because obviously we've been struggling with the dialogue manager and how that works. But we can do this. Check mission completed, emit, and then we can pass off the mission, and that will just go to the player, and the player can say yes or no, and we can call back. Hey, thank you so much for joining the Discord. I really appreciate it. So I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. We just check the mission, and the mission goes like that. Alternatively, we could probably, like, because mission, like, the question is, okay, actually, here, I think print mission dot completed will actually get changed to true, because resources, like I said before, are unique. So, like, we are passing around the same mission. Now, when you save and load, I don't know if that's going to be still true. But from like an instantiator point of view, like within the game, like if you're using resources, they're always like, you have to duplicate them to have different ones. Passing that variable isn't like giving a new variable to another one. They are static in that way. So potentially that. Let's just check mission in the interactable. Okay. And then in the player, no, check mission. Oh, what I wanted to do was actually go back to the crawler mission and just change it back down to 1 for testing. Way easier. I use Dialogue Manager, yeah. Okay, so that is mission completed, right? And it says false there because when we first talked to him, we didn't have the mission completed. And it's true. So you can see that that works. I'm a little bit curious to see, like, if I save and load, what happens to that? And if it's still the same objective or the same mission. But like theoretically, if I create them and save them to files, they are accessing the same thing. Right, so we can just read it. We don't have to like do a fancy little check on that, which is pretty good, actually. Okay. One thing that I've been thinking a little bit about as well is like completion rates, because like a lot of this stuff, like how will I know how much of the game is completed? A lot of Metroidvanias will say like whether or not you've completed 100% or whatever. What I'm thinking is like at some point creating a script to like crawl through these files, missions, bosses, discoveries, and like creating a big CSV file with all of them, and then having that being just checked like when you do something, it just checks whether or not it's completed, and it just changes that CSV and it saves it somewhere in the background. But like, it's something that's crossing my mind as I go on. Like, how am I going to like handle that, you know, in the future? Because it's something that I want to do. I think I can. It's just going to require another tool script because like it's not going to be automatic, if that makes sense. I can't just say like as you encounter them, because that would, if you don't encounter it, never gets added to the list. So if you never encountered anything, it would be 100% completion if you somehow glitch to the end of the game or whatever. So yeah, it has to be a list that is stored statically somewhere. Okay, so now we can say that it's completed. We do have to address, maybe it could be an SLXX with a VB script macro, just kidding. It will be a spreadsheet. Like, I think it would just be a CSV. Like, Godot can access CSV files. It'll make it easier for me to change. It could also just be a JSON. I think that's fine as well. But it will be something that I need to have saved to disk for people to, like, for it to be accessible and counted against. So I think I will have to write a tool script for it. Okay, so that is the mission complete. Now it makes sense. It's just been silly. It's not out of the realm of possibility. You know what I mean? Spreadsheets will come in handy. Okay, so that is objectives objectively started. It's not actually completed. I need a main mission. So this is a sub mission, right? Right? So we do need to create a main mission. And that is going to be like something that you have at the start. Although I guess we can just like pass it in. Let's look at saving and loading this, actually. That's probably the next thing. We do need to keep track of this. And we do need to display it in the UI as well. So those are the two things. We can just do like a dirty little list in the UI. So we can go to the in-game menus and overlays. And the player user interface is the one. What's better, Dialogue Manager or Dialogic? I prefer Dialogue Manager. But it's really just personal preference. It's not really like dialogue. A Dialogic is, I haven't used it in a long time. I'll tell you that. I haven't used it since Godot 3. And it's very visual, which is good if you need something visual. But I don't want that. And also Dialogue Manager allows you to essentially just roll your own. It's just a global script that you can access. So if I wanted to, which I probably will have to at some point, right now I'm just using the built-in, but at some point I think I will have to actually roll my own dialogue balloons and stuff like that. And Dialogue Manager is simple enough that it gives me the bit where I can write dialogue and just do the rest myself. I was thinking maybe an array, but it might as well be a CSV, or it could make a CSV and create an array from it. I think it'll be a CSV and then turn into a dictionary, I think, because we need to know if it's, so you'd have like a CSV of different things like missions, bosses, discoveries, and then you would say like whether or not they've been encountered or defeated or whatever. And so if those variables, because like I already track discoveries, I already track bosses and whether or not they're defeated, so I just need to like compare them to like a gigantic dictionary. You know what I mean? It's almost like you could use that for your save and load. I probably won't though, because I've already done that. Okay, so player user interface, that's not the one we want. We want in-game menu, mission menu here. There's nothing in here. Quest and missions here. We could just have like a list, an item list. Put it in the center. Item lists are a bit fiddly. I've done a fair bit of work with them. Layout mode inherited. Why is it so small? This, I can't even spell. This is a mission layout test. Look at it, it's a tiny little thing. It's gonna be an H-box anyway. Put this in the H-box. What is going on? Should this not have an expand flag? Okay. Is that always there? What is this? It's probably a panel. With a label in it. Margin container? So it doesn't go to the edges. Fully expand it with a label. Rich text label probably is better. This is a test for the objective. This is going to be really basic. Right, so this is it. So you've got like the mission layout, and when you click that, it'll just pull up the resource or whatever. I suppose this can kind of go at the top. It's a V-Box container. This, and then this. Right. Let's expand. Mission objectives. Right, and then just put that in the center like this. Okay, and then we'll just have an item list, and that item list will be the mission list. And this will just be the mission description. Description. Okay, so what do we do here? We will get access to that via the game state, right? So that's fine. And then we will populate this list based on the current missions. So we'll add a script here. Scripts, menus, in-game menu, that's fine, mission menu. Right, give it a class name, just in case. Okay, so we are going to get an objective directory. What's it called? Operations directory. Do we get access to that? Yeah, that is what it's called. Operations data. Right, and so when we sort of show we'll have like an update mission list as a function. We'll pass in the operations directory. It'll be that. I don't know where I'm going to get it from. So let's just get this. We need, actually before we do that, we need to get access to these things. So we need the mission list. I'm going to do that with an export variable as well. Just put a pass in here so it can. Mission list. Here's an item list. And the export variable here is a label, description, mission description, and it is a rich text. Okay. So we can assign that, and we can assign that. We get this. Okay, so now we will say, so for I in operations, we can say, and that will be a mission. Right, for I in operations dot missions, and then we can say mission list. Dot add item, and the text will be I dot name, and the texture, well, we will have an icon for them eventually, but we will not, and then selectable bool true. So that's all we need to do for that, which is pretty easy. And then when we click that, we need a signal. So the item list you can click, and it will update the mission func, update mission description. And this will just be probably it'll be a name. It is starting to seem like I need to turn the operations into a dictionary rather than an array. Because getting that information is going to be a lot easier if I just have that, because now I'm going to have to loop through and look for the name of the mission in that operations directory. It's not too late to change that. It's just going to pass an index. I guess the index could be... I mean, yeah, maybe it will work out if they're in line. I don't know. There's no guarantee of that. I feel like that's not going to work that well, but we can just go with that. Let's just say that it's update mission and it's the index that relates to the... Is this lean on me? I'm going to get copyrighted for this, guys. Game Drops is supposed to be like free from take me on, lean on me. Close enough. We'll see. We'll see if I got copyright striked. Okay. So then we get that, and then we go, we say description, which is a string, and it's going to be equal to operations director. Or yeah, we do need to get access to that, but would it be probably better to just go game state dot player data dot operations data dot missions? So this is where it gets risky, and we just assume that the index is correct, and then so we don't really need to store that. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. And then cannot assign value of type mission to, oh yeah, so it's actually going to be missions dot detail. All right, that's a string. And then we'll say that the mission description is equal to that. Cannot assign to be rich text label dot text is equal to description. Okay, so when do we call update mission list? When we get a mission, we can connect that to a signal. So when in the operations director, when we add a mission, we can emit a signal called mission list updated, mission lost, mission list updated, or yeah, operations list updated dot emit, and then we admit missions, right? And here we will emit that signal. Mouse, hello. Signal. Operations, I should add an on to that. And it's going to have an array actually of operations or missions, which is an array. Change that, go back to operations director. Okay, we'll emit that signal and we'll connect that up to the what's it called? Mission menu? Mission menu. In the ready function. Connect, update mission list. And it's sending out the array, but realistically, let's just send out its entire self. That's fine. Save that, and then go back to the signal manager. Because that's what I'm expecting, not the array itself, but the entire thing. I think that's okay. Operation director. Operations director. And then we go to that and emit ourself instead. It's honestly, it could just be that, but you never know. We might need the entire thing later on. So realistically, that should be all that needs to happen for it to work. Now let's have a look at let's close this. Connect up the signal for the click. I think I have to do that via code though. Empty clicked, item activated. Oh yeah, item clicked index. No, we can do that. Is it clicked or item selected index? Single selection mode? Let's disconnect that. Go with that and then delete this. So then, yeah, we just pass that up to update mission description. The real question is, can I set the index? I thought you could. Add item. Adds an item to the list. Specify an item. If selectable is true, the list will be selectable. It's true by default. Add icon, add item. I thought for sure you could add like an index. Like a custom index. Number. Set item. Transpose language selectable. Set item text. Set item direction. Set item tooltip. Yeah, I thought you could create an index for that. Like, could you also like add item at index? Text string icon, it just gets added to the... You can move it. Set item text direction tooltip. Control find index. Item activated, item clicked, item index, multi-select. Don't know. Okay. So we'll just hope and pray. Let's see if that works. It probably won't. Not off rip. I don't think it's that simple. I have to go get the mission. Okay. Destroy crawler drones. Okay, it's in the list. And if I click it, we get an error. Invalid index of 1 on base objective array mission. Yeah, okay. Because it... Yeah, okay, so that's never going to be that simple. Alright, that's fine. We can fix that in a second. I just gotta go to the toilet again. Coffee just goes straight through, yeah. What's the weather like outside? Hang on. Kind of cloudy. Alright. Right, so we were just discovering that it's not that simple to get it back. The index is 1, even though I really wish you could set like a custom. I think we just need to make the operations data, it needs to be a dictionary. I think that's just how it has to be, right? Because it's going to be way easier to get access to that data rather than array. It's kind of challenging. It's easy enough, but if we can just refer to things by name, it's a lot simpler. So we changed this to a dictionary. And then it's a string and then a mission. So I'll break a few things. Hold on. Okay, let's pop this out. So if it has mission dot name, then return, and then who am I talking to? I'm talking to you, Greebot. Who else am I talking? I'm talking to the stream. That's how these works. I stream, you guys listen. Or not, I don't know. If you don't want me to talk to you, I don't have to. Mission.append. This needs to be... actually, it just needs to go like this. Missions, square bracket, dot mission name, then equals mission. There you go. Although, what am I coding in? GD script. Okay. Erase, find key. Yeah, I think that works, right? And then if mission has mission.find, we don't need to do that anymore. We just go mission name. Name. Yeah, GD script. We're making a game using the Godot game engine, which is, I mean, I'm sure you're aware of it. It's very popular at the moment. It is a open source game engine with its own coding language that I quite enjoy. Somewhere of a mix between Python and JavaScript. Somewhat of a mix between the two, in my personal feelings, although I think that's a bit of a hot take to say that it's kind of similar to JavaScript. If missions.has missions name, then we don't need to find it anymore. We can actually just process. Or we could say if not. If mission index is not null. Like, I don't think this needs to be... Like, if it has that, then we need to go mission index. And we get access to the mission by going mission dot name. No. Single dot name. Like this. Right, so that's how it works as a... We don't need the mission index. It's actually a lot simpler. Yeah, it should have been a dictionary all along. There you go. That's my answer. Am I self-taught? Yes. Yes, I am not qualified to be teaching people how to do this, even though I still do, because I am crazy. But yes, I am self-taught as a programmer. I've been learning since quite a while now. Like, it's crazy how much time has passed. Like, I started learning how to make games. I mean, I've been doing it my entire life, but I really started learning in like I really started trying to learn how to code in 2015. And then I really started trying to learn making games in 2018. And then in 2020, I found the Godot game engine, and I've been using that ever since. Well, software is going blue collar. I have news for you, my friend. I am not a blue collar worker. No, I have a master's degree, but that's fine. You know, just not in software development. I am a finance professional. I read lease contracts all day. It's super fun. What's my master's in? Accounting. We do code. We do code, but just not in this. And a lot of accountants don't code. I don't use array language. I don't know what array language is. That is something I've never heard and no one's ever asked me before. We use, I guess like if you're an accountant, you're going to know VB, KDB plus. No, I don't know what that is. SQL? Is that what you're trying to type? Like what's KDB plus? I've never heard of that before. It's a database language? Column-based relational... yeah, you don't need any of that stuff to be an accountant. That's like... like, it is helpful to know coding. I've used Python to help me achieve my goals much faster than my peers would do. However, you can do the job without knowing a single bit of code. It is not that hard. I'll be honest with you. Like, finance is not that difficult. You don't need that level of coding knowledge, but it does help. And I suppose something like this would help, but you also are at the mercy of your IT guys. So like one of the things that you come up against, especially if you're not an IT professional, is like, especially in a professional setting, like working for a listed company like I do, you're hitting bureaucracy against a wall, right? Like I can, within my accounting software that I use at work, I can write code, and I have written code for it to run within the software. It's JavaScript. It literally just lets you load up JavaScript that can process through the API, like transactions and stuff like that. So you can write one. I've written ones to like automate complete jobs of just transferring data around. Basically, sometimes someone will say to you, like, we want here's an example that I had, the credit cards, when they processed in one piece of software, we want them to be processed in this other piece of software as well, but we don't want to create a double transaction, so we have to like eliminate that in the morning. And so I wrote code to do that, so I didn't have to like, because the conventional accountant might create like a data dump from the accounting software and then do like a thing in Excel to like upload as a journal or whatever, deep level stuff. But the point is, like, I wrote code to do that. Now, this was at a time where the company didn't have a lot of security, right? They were letting me load code. Who am I? I'm just the senior financial accountant, right? Like, why should I be allowed to load code into the accounting software? That's like super not safe. And I'm sure you guys can appreciate that if you've ever worked in a professional setting. So, you know, it's one of those things. So I can't do that anymore. I have to get someone to help me, or just not do it at all, which I don't. So like, I just gave that side of it up. Like if someone asked me about that, I'd be like, I don't know, talk to IT. You know what I mean? Can I do it? Yes, I can, because like I know how to code, and so like I can read documentation. As soon as I found out I could, I read the documentation. I was like, all right, bet. I'll just automate that. And it still runs to this day, but if there's ever a bug or a problem with it, I am going to need help to fix it. Just how it is. Interesting. Friend asking me to scrape data points for financial information. Just completed scraping RBA data points. Nice. RBA data is like, you can download a lot of data. Email? Okay. I think like that was, I got a little bit distracted there. But I think that's all we need for this mission objective acquired thing to change over to a dictionaries kind of thing, because everywhere else we're just passing the mission in. So that's fine. And then in the actual menu where we're going to see this displayed to the player, in the mission menu here, instead of like doing this, we could potentially create a function to get that. It's probably better, actually. So if we go to this and we just say, we create a function called get mission, and we allow you to pass in the name as a string and then return it as a mission. I think that it would be nice to have that. So we can say, to go say if missions dot has, and then pass in the name, and we will return the mission missions square bracket name. Otherwise, we will return null. Okay. So then we can just say get mission and name. We go back here. Now, this will require us to have the name as a string. Is that a taken thing? I think that's a taken variable. Let's underscore that. And then we can go player.operations.missions, but here we can just say get mission and then pass in the name, right? And then here, what we want to do is we get the index, but we can actually get the item. So we can say mission list. So var name is, we'll just call it mission name. Mission name here, and it's a string, and it's going to be equal to the mission list dot get, I think it's item at position, get index, get item text, and it wants the index. There we go. Okay, and then we pass in that. Okay, for I in operations.mission. Now this is not going to work because we are getting a dictionary, actually, back from this. Are we not? Hang on a second. What are we getting from this? Operations.mission is now a dictionary. Wait, why was it angry at us? Unable to iterate or type. Oh, right. So we're getting a string. That's alright, because that's all we want. Actually. We could just pass that back in. And then description with specific type string. Okay, cannot assign a value of type mission to variable. Okay, get mission dot description. Detail. I should probably change that. I don't know. Okay, so that should work now. Yes. Handling data is just like the easiest thing for me nowadays. There's like, everything else is kind of hard, but like that's super easy. I can see it. Okay, everything else still works. And if we go to missions, we can see that. And then we can say the random scientist at the entrance wants you to kill 5 crawlers. That's like done. And it's going to crash there because it doesn't know what to get. That's fine. So, we've got some stuff in the debugger. Mission invalid access. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so on the ready, we probably want to clear the list, right? Or here, when we update the mission list, we can clear the list. Fresh. We can create a fresh list. Mission list dot clear, I'd say. That's probably what I want to do when we update the mission list. Recreate the entire thing. That's okay. It happens when we're not looking at it. Yeah, I probably just need to select the first one in the list when we visible. And it's really basic right now, but it does the job. Of communicating the idea. Okay, so what we want to do as well is probably connect up visibility on visibility changed. And when we do that, we just want to select the first one in the list. So we can say if visible, then we want to mission list dot select index 1. Note this method does not trigger item selection signal. Okay, there's another function for that then. Select with signal. I thought there was a select with signal. Did they change it? I haven't looked at this in a while. Select. I've handled this before in the past. This method does not select trigger select icon, set icon. Huh. I thought there was a select with signal function. Did they remove that? Is selected? Deselect, ensure force updates list size, get H item at position, get item icon, get item like, whatever. Is anything selected is selected? Move item select. Single? So, okay. I guess there isn't. I thought there was. I have to go rewatch my own tutorial. I think that video is like 2 years old now. I've forgotten everything. You know? Yeah, I guess it's not a big deal. So, if visible, mission select 1, and then we can just pass the up, so we can get selected var text. Yes, it's a string, and we can say mission list dot get selected items. Wait, that's not what I want. Get item. What function do I use here? Get item text. One, and then go update mission description. It's fine. With the text. I guess that will work. I need multiple missions to see. I think we will, because it'll erase this text objective text here. Alright. Now we've got the objective. And it crashes. Invalid. Should it be 0 then? I thought it would. I didn't. Maybe it's. Yeah, it is. The random scientist at the entrance wants you to kill 5 crawlers. Okay, so it just selects the first thing. That's fine. Okay, easy. I guess now we just need to save the data. What's the time? 9 o'clock? I just have to go check on something and I'll be back. I don't know if I should play something. I don't know how long I'm going to be gone for. I'll play something just in case. Anyone got a video to recommend? Not Iran? No politic here. It's just like watch Inbound Shovel. It's for the wicked. Australian history? Gimbal Lock Gorilla? Who is that? I'm only going to be gone for like 5 minutes. Gimbal Lock Gorilla? Huh? Understanding Gimbal? Gimbal Lock in 3D animation? Message retracted. You can't send links in the YouTube chat. It doesn't let you. I don't know why. It's not me. It's YouTube. Gimbal lock explained. Good thing you don't have to deal with that in Godot. I guess it's this one here.
Ever wondered how we describe the orientation of an object in 3D space? How would we define the rotation of this cube from here to here? One common way is using Euler angles. Euler angles break down a complex rotation into 3 simple chained rotations about the axis of the cube to represent any 3D orientation. Let's look at this cube. This cube has 3 axes, the X, Y, and Z axis. This cube starts out oriented with the world reference frame, X, Y, and Z. To model this rotation, we will follow a Z, Y, X rotation sequence. First, we rotate the cube about the Z axis by some angle psi. When we do this, notice that the X and Y axes of the cube have been rotated by psi, creating a new local axes X' and Y'. We then move on to our second rotation. This time, we rotate the cube about this new Y' axis by an angle theta. This rotation rotates our Z and X' axes, creating a new Z' and X" axis. Finally, we rotate the cube about the new X" axis by an angle phi. This rotation rotates the Z' and Y' axes to become our new final X', Y', and Z' axes. We now have represented our final orientation by breaking one complex rotation into 3 simple rotations with 3 angles. You may have noticed that I chose a specific convention Z, Y, X, representing the order of axes that we rotate about. What if we chose to rotate by X, Y, Z? Well, let's try it. When we do so, we get a completely different orientation. When we define these rotations, order matters. This ZYX convention is especially useful in aerospace because it's so intuitive to understand.
Oh, it's the
Let's
second one.
swap
I
our
selected
cube
the
for
wrong one.
aircraft.
That's funny.
This aircraft has a frame.
That one here, 1.6 million views. Dude, that's crazy. Gorilla CG project.
In this tutorial, we'll look at Euler rotations and gimbal lock to see how strange motion can occur in between keyframes. In the last video, we saw that Euler rotations have a rotation order that can be changed with X, Y, Z
I've always
values.
pronounced it Euler. Is it Euler? I guess it is.
We'll explore this further with a quick example of setting up the rotation order of an object to avoid gimbal problems.
ZXY, yeah. I actually have like a note in any of my first-person shooters when I'm rotating the camera. There's like
So
a
how does
comment that I
Euler
always
work?
put in.
This gimbal machine shows us. Each part is linked to one another, so when the parts slide around, we can see how the rotations are passed on. By spinning each of the machine's 3 arms, we can rotate the jet into any angle. But notice, when the jet points up, how 2 of the circular arms match up. This is exactly the same effect of gimbal lock, causing 2 circular arms to rotate on the same plane. Let's make this ourselves in a hierarchical system. To demonstrate, we'll grab some torus objects. They can represent each axis. Green will represent Y, X will be red, and Z blue. So altogether we have 3 toruses and an arrow object.
It's the same
Let's
thing.
them together. X to Y, Z to X, and the arrow to Z. This is going to mimic a rotation order of Y, then X, then Z. The Y, or green torus, is at the top of our hierarchy. So in this parent structure, everything rotates with it. Z, on the other hand, affects the arrow, because it's at the bottom of the hierarchy, or the last axis in the rotation order. X is second in the rotation order, so it'll affect Z below. And see how Y stays still, because it's at the top of the hierarchy. Now here's where things start to get interesting. If we continue to rotate X in the middle of the hierarchy, it'll cause Y and Z to align. Here, this rotation order hits gimbal lock when 2 axes align.
I like the sound effects that he put on this.
If we're animating, and our next step is
Dude,
to turn the
1.6
arrow
million views,
down,
that's crazy.
there's a problem, because there's no axis to turn on. Here's the missing axis, in grey. It's always possible to rotate our arrow into any new rotation, but we'll have to rotate all 3 axes to achieve it. Let's undo this and rotate all axes at once. Notice how the arrow doesn't rotate in a straight direction. Instead, it moves in an unexpected arc. This is the cause of gimbal problems in animation. because the object can move unexpectedly in between keyframes.
Hello from Kuwait. Hey, how's it
The solution
going?
is to use a
Hope
different
you're staying
hand
safe over
construction.
there.
This will change the arrow's rotation order. Our new order will be Y first, then
That's pretty cool. Get back to this. Get back to work. Yeah, gimbal is a tricky thing. There's a specific way of handling it in Godot, which makes it pretty easy. But it is still something that can cause issues. You don't know what you're doing. Things are going bad, but we'll live. Well, hopefully, yeah. No bad things. My brother-in-law is in Dubai. It's crazy. We kept telling him to get out of there, but I don't think he's going to. On visibility changed. Right, so yeah, I mean, now we just need to save that data. Yeah, same. But thank you. So now, oh, no music. It's so difficult to, my brain is just like, well, it's silent. Can't handle the silence. Okay, so we have now, I just came, what are we working on? We are working on a Metroidvania, and it is in sort of the stage now where we have a lot of the game objects done, but now we need a lot of the data to sort of be communicated back and forth. So like we have our character, we've got a bunch of abilities, we've got enemies, even though they are just red pixels, essentially. And you know, you can collect money and all that kind of stuff, but now we're like, okay, well, what do you do? So we've been setting up menus, inventory, we can use if we want to, right? And have it affect our player. So now we just run faster because we drank an energy drink. Obviously that's what happens when you drink an energy drink. And then we need to, eventually we're going to need to work on a map. That's probably next week. Did I draw the pixel art myself? Yes, I did. It's not the best, but it's done. And then the menu for the missions. We're working on mission objectives right now. So that's going to happen if you don't have anything. Thoughts on AI for drawing? I wouldn't recommend it. Especially if you plan on making a serious commercial project. Thank you. I appreciate it. I mean, like AI is, I think it's okay for like text related stuff because that's kind of like what it's for, right? Like it's really good at reading text. Generative AI is a bit more questionable. I think it's not worth it, right? And it's also like morally and ethically questionable. So you have to sort of like grapple with that as well, if you care about those things. And also like the player base doesn't like it anyway. So like you're only hurting yourself. Like people don't like that if you use it. So like I don't see the benefit in that. I'd rather just make stuff myself. If you don't have like the moral objections to it, like that's fine as well, but you still have to remember, like from a marketing perspective, like you are gonna have to like, you're gonna lose a certain chunk of audience that is not going to buy your game because of that, because we haven't like overcome that yet. Like the greater player base, like speaking purely from like a marketing perspective, or like a business perspective, right? If I take off like how I feel about it personally, and we just look at it like, if you do use generative AI, there is going to be a subsection of players that just won't buy your game. And maybe that will change over time, like as it becomes more common. But right now, like, yeah, there will be people that just will either give it a negative review just to give it a negative review. Like they're going to negative review bomb your game because it uses generative AI, or they won't buy it at all. And you have to grapple with that, which I think is not worth it. Like the time you save or the money you save is not really worth the potential loss there. And for a game like mine, it's kind of simple anyway, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so if there's nothing, where did we crash out? We crash out on mission item success. Okay, so we do need to check, right? So on visible changed, if visible, we need to say if mission list dot item count is greater than or equal to 1, and then do that. I think. My brother and I are working on a text-based MMO mobile game. That's pretty cool. It's like a MUD. It's about raising camels and competing with other players to see who has the most beautiful camel. Okay. I thought you were going to say camel racing, and I was like, that's awesome. Okay, so we're still getting greater than or equal to 1. Why? Because I have the example in there. An update mission. We should probably clear mission list.clear on ready, just so that we clear out the dummy text that's in there. Camel racing is like bizarrely popular in Australia. Okay, there we go. So now it'll work even without it, but we still get that. But like, yeah, I guess we could say mission list.clear and mission description.text. Is there a clear? We could just say equals to blank text, right? They have camel races. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna Google that. Australia camel races? Inspired by real life competitions where people show off their camels, kind of like cat competitions. There's a lot of camels in Australia. Australia camel racing. I don't know if they still allow it. They might have made it illegal. Camel racing in the outback. Hell yeah.
Here we go. We're turning around the 2017 Australian Maori Cup. Look for the puffer dust.
6 years ago. This is really popular in country Australia. Because there's a lot of desert here too. So they're like popular animals to have. They're fucking... I don't know about this. This is kind of like... I mean, it's as bad as horse racing. I guess. That's cool. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I wonder if they still... Because they're like banning a lot of racing. Oh, they don't let you do dog racing anymore.
The Camel Cup is a recognition of this town's unique heritage. It commemorates the pioneering spirit of the camel drivers, who came to this remote part of the world and made it their home.
Well done, guys.
They spray. Now they use bots instead of riders. Yeah.
Camel races also hold a special place in this young woman's heart.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Camel Cup.
I help out the other cameliers and send all the photos to them after I get home.
There you go.
Junie Marie Ellaway was named after this town. 3 generations of her family have worked and raced camels.
Dude, that's crazy.
Today, a memorial race is being held in honour of her cousin, Jessie Fullerton, who rode in many races here.
It's just Arabic. Yeah. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can type this. Is this like the name of a camel in Arabic, or is it like the name of it's just the camels. Is it just the word for camel in Arabic? Or is it like a beauty contest? They're all white. Damn, they look good. They way better than our camels. What the hell? Camel Club. Why are your camels so much nicer than ours? It's the competition? Wait, okay, we get it. Oh, look at those camels. It's got like the perfect lip. Oh, they've shaved it like a shape too. I saw that. Kuwaiti camels versus Australian camels. Spot the difference. Like, look at that camel versus the ones from before. Like, you don't want to know how much they pay for camels here? Yeah. Like, our camels are scruffy, man. I want to go... Oh. Like, where was the camel? They, like, literally spray painted it.
Of her cousin.
Like, they've spray painted the number on the neck. We're not in the same league. I guess we're racing camels. We're not really showing them off as... I don't know if there's camel beauty pageants here. There probably is. I like pure blood or something. I don't know. Yeah, oh wait, I fucking have no idea. I'm not from country Australia. I'm just aware that they do it. You know what I mean? I am from regional Australia, technically, but like it's pretty city. It's not, we're not in the desert or anything. Dude, what a banger track too. They like shave the neck. What's that for? That's awesome. Okay, so mission list, yada yada yada. Oh, right, we got to save the mission now. That is the next, like... No, it's cool. I like learning about that kind of stuff. That's fun. So now we've got that. We have to save this data, right? So this is a little bit more challenging because we sort of need to understand what we're doing here. We're going to need to treat it fairly similarly to the way that we do inventory. Like I said in the past, we need to store the path and the quantity. So there's things here, the things that are integral to whether or not the progress of a quest or a mission is completed, and the objective count, right? Now, I mean, I guess this is still... I mean, we have a way. It's very binary, but it works, right? So we need the objective count and we need the completed. Those are the two variables we need to store outside in a JSON, like a dictionary or something like that. We probably need to do a dictionary. So it'll be like the name of the mission, the path, or actually it could just be the path and then the objective count and the completed variable. Those are the two things that we need. And that would really be it. And I think that would be enough, right? Like we'd actually get that. So what we are going to do is go to the game state. Oh, we are in the game state. Go to the save game. So we're still getting the player data. So it's reasonably easy to convert this. Would you rather use XML instead of JSON? I don't think I have a choice in the matter. Godot just uses JSON. I think you can use XML. I don't know, but by default it handles JSON really easily. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so here's all our saved data. Now the inventory is a create inventory list. We're probably going to need to create a function for the, because we are using resources. Resources are kind of tricky. Hang on a second. We've got notifications. I'm just monitoring something in real life as well. So we create inventory list. We're going to create operation director list, and this will take an inventory. Grabbing a coffee, nice. I'm two coffees deep. And then we want to go in... No, we don't want an inventory. We want an operation director. And it will be an operations director, and it's going to return a dictionary, right? And this is pretty straightforward. So we go new operation director list. And that's a dictionary. And then we will return that. Okay, now we're going to go for I in operations directory dot missions, and we're going to create our new inventory. So new inventory. I keep looking up at the old script to like remember what I did. New operations director list, and it's actually going to be the name, I guess, because that's just what we get. And that's going to be equal to a dictionary here. This is actually going to be more than just like the item. I guess we could also say like, because we get the path, right? But if we get the name, it will be easier to, I don't know, let's just go with this. So we have the name, and then we'll have to have the path, right? And that will be it will be it'll be operations director brackets I dot path, right? Operations director dot missions dot I. Okay. Dot resource path. Okay, easy. Okay, and then what else did we say? We needed completed, and we needed the quantity of the objectives. So we'll say completed, and that will be do these need to be strings? These probably need to be strings. Completed will be operations director missions here, like this, dot completed, and then we'll also have objective. Do I have a Discord? Yeah, it should be in the description. Objective count. Operations director dot missions dot I dot objective count, right? Those are the things that we need to rebuild that data when we get back. So we need to save that. So it's a dictionary of dictionaries, and then say we create the operations director, and so here we need to create a new chunk of data. So we've got this var objective data, operations director, operations director data is a string, and it's equal to operations list. I'm just going to call it operations list. I'm getting tired of typing out that long list, long name. Okay, so now we can just refer to that here. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Save data dictionary, and we'll add the operations data, and it's going to be equal to create operations director list, and it will be equal to player data dot operations data, right? Okay, so now we have that in the JSON, so it's automatically there. When we save, we're gonna have to delete all our saves. I really need to solve that problem. Add that to the list of things to do, to like figure out once we're like further along. Like let's get the demo done and out, and we are going to need, actually right before that, so once we're pretty far along, I think we're going to need a way of like preserving the save data, because right now whenever I change the save data, it corrupts because it can no longer be passed because I've changed the structure of the data. So I probably need a way of handling that. I just need to do some research or sit down and actually just do it. Right now it's not a problem because it's just me playing, so I just delete all my save data, and there's nothing to be saved. It's not, you know, like there's nothing really to achieve here. Okay, so this is on the load side. When we load this up, we are going to have to go save it as units, and you'll solidify it. I don't know what you mean by that. So we're going to match the data to operations, right? Operations director data. And then we can say we have a variable called inventory list. Just remembering everything. Right, so we save it as a list. dictionary. Okay, and then we can just plonk it in there and pass it to the game state. Everything's broken now. Expanded indented block. Operations list is equal to load player inventory. There's a function for that because we have to like reprocess it. Oh, sweet as. Yeah, okay, I know exactly what to do here. So we create a function here called load operation data. And it's going to have like a load operation data, which is a dictionary which will match exactly what we saved before. Okay, and so we can save our new operation data, and which is going to be a dictionary. Okay. Yes. And we'll say that for I, which is a string, it's blocking the name of the variable, load operation. In load operation. So then we can say var new mission resource is equal to a mission, right? And it's going to be resource loader dot load, and this will be it'll be in the load data I dot and the name of that variable is up here somewhere. Path. Okay, yeah, that's pretty easy. Right. Although I don't know if that'll work. I might just have to change that to a... Anyway, doesn't matter. We'll see. Okay. And so that's the mission. And so then you can say new mission resource dot completed is going to be equal to load operation data. Oh, actually, we have that already, don't we? So wouldn't it just be I is the key? Wait, what do we get? Yeah, we get the key. Or is it the dictionary? You get the key, right? No, you get the object. Dude, I'm so confused. If I loop through this, I get the object, I think. So this is actually going to be a dictionary. And then that way I can just go i.path, right? And then completed is just going to be i.completed. And then new mission resource dot objective count is going to be i.objective. Objective. Oh, okay. That is not how I want to do that. Shout out to Balam Garden. What about banger track? This is one of gonna be like our favorite. Balam Garden is so... Final Fantasy VIII is just a good game, you know? I don't care what people say. Objective count. Okay, so then we can assign that to the... So this new operation data needs to match the structure of a signature, a structure of it needs to be would I get a dictionary back? Actually, yeah, I think I'm wrong on how this is going to look. Hang on a second. It needs to be the name. New operation, and then here you would expect this to be I, and then equal to the new mission resource, right? And then you can return that. But it's cranky, expected operation. Objective count equals. Hey. Equals. I think it's mad because I'm putting it here. I gotta call this function load operation data. Data to load I. It's still cranky. Mixed use of spaces and tabs for indentation. Okay, I see. Cannot get a return value call to, but it uses void. Okay, that's fine. It returns a dictionary. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how that's going to come back. I think it's going to break because I'm misunderstanding what I is. If I think I is a string, then this is going to work fine. If it's not, then it's not going to work. If it's just the dictionary that you're getting back. But if we look at how this is being saved, this is a dictionary. I is the mission itself. I assume that's a string. So that should just be the name. Let's save and then see what it creates. So that will help us determine how to read it back. I need to open up the... Getting a bit confused. Project, open user data, and go to the profiles and delete the profiles. Create a new game. Okay, and then talk to this guy. Get the objective from him. Save. And then go to the main save and open with Notepad. And what we'll do is we'll read this into a JSON reader. JSON online viewer. You can tell that I've been using this. Kind of slow. Get hit with the ad. Player data, player state data, operations list, destroy crawler drones, objective, completed false, path. Okay, so we are getting that as the name. I think that's correct, right? So we just gotta read that back in. I guess let's just see what happens. It might break. I think it will. I think I've misunderstood like how it's going to look. Yeah, here we go. Can't assign that to a string. So load operation is looking like this. It is a dictionary with 3 values. Destroy crawler drones. So what is I in this case? Trying to assign value of string. Oh yeah, so this is a string. This is not a dictionary. So you get the name here, which means you need to refer back to it. So nothing here works. That's fine. We can fix that. I was right the first time. So this is actually going to be load operation.i.path. Try again. Invalid access for key. Resource mission. Okay. Destroy crawler drones. I guess I gotta do square brackets. Sometimes the dot doesn't work. I think there's a specific circumstance where that will, but it's not this time. Like if I do that, expected closing brackets. Oh, okay, it actually worked now. Okay, so the question is, now, if... Okay, so we have a way, it's just printouts right now. If we go kill a crawler, and go back to talk to the guy, he's not going to say anything different, but we should get a printout to say it's false, right? Which is what I thought, because it's not going to be the same one now. It's actually going to be a different one. It's like a different instance of it. So we will need that ID. If you could, I'll give you a gift. Now, if I save, do I have two of the same type? Because in theory, if it's not identical, it should duplicate. I thought something like this would happen. We still just have the one. No. Okay. Then... Okay, let's just check the breakpoints on... Did I delete the printouts? No, I haven't deleted the printouts. Let's go to the facility, if it's here. I do believe this is like causing an issue with like the resource not being the same anymore. Okay, so let's follow it all the way through. Play death, objective met. Objective met, emit. Actually, let's just pick it up on the player. I changed my mind. At the bottom here, mission objective met. And then we can just put a breakpoint there and see what happens when we load into this to see how it gets interpreted. Okay, so we have a mission. Step into. It's like looking at the name, right? So if we have that, so it just skips over it. So it doesn't see that we have it. Oh, you know what? I'm so stupid. I haven't applied that data to the player yet. I just loaded it. I didn't actually. I skipped a step. So in the game data. In the game state, when we load the game, we actually get a copy of that resource back, but we actually have to apply that to the player, right? Like, it's not just like, it's not free. So, same here, where we ingest the load data, we actually have to load inventory data. I think it's a little bit more straightforward for the player data objective. It would be free, I think. No, it's could it be free? If I... Or let's see if I don't have to do anything. Let's go to the save JSON. Here. Where we're like adding all this. Could we say player data... When we do this, what do? Player data? We're applying the player data to the JSON that we send off to the thing. So we could say player data.operations data.missions equals operations list. Because I believe that's like kind of identical. The inventory was a little bit different. But this really shouldn't be the same. It's the name and the resource. So like it's the same thing. But then we did have trouble with that, so perhaps not. We will be able to tell if we just check the menu. We don't have to go talk to nobody. there we go. It's not even working. Invalid object operations data on base object nil. So it doesn't even exist. So yeah, that's probably why. It's like, no. Player data doesn't exist right now, but it does. What the hell? What is that error? Load data, invalid access to operations data on base object nil. Okay. I guess it's just not available to us. Even though it's like literally somewhere within here. We pass it off, it gets fun. I don't know. Whatever, man. This is why on the game state we're doing it here. We're literally loading the inventory data. I think here we can probably just get away with going player data dot operations data equals dot mission equals data square bracket what's the name of it? What do I call it? Operations data? Operations list. Something like that. Nope. Invalid operations list. Player data to operations list. What's it called? Operations law in type dictionary. Okay, so what's the dictionary? What's the name of the object in the dictionary? Oh, I'm an idiot. Go back to the save game. Forgetting how it works. Here. I actually need to add it to this dictionary. Here's operations list. Okay, try it a third time. Third time's a charm, guys. Invalid assignment of property or key missions with type dictionary of base object resource. Getting closer. Okay, so wait, what? No, that's invalid assignment of property key missions with value type dictionary on a base. Oh, this is what I had. I totally forgot. Yeah, so this is why you need. This is actually so annoying. I don't know. You can't type it. That's the issue, right? Like you have to type it. I wonder if I typed it in the save game, like up here. If I typed the operation list here and I made it string and then mission resource, string and mission, would it work? Because that is the problem you have when you try to make one dictionary equal another. It goes, hey, this doesn't type match, even though it does technically. Trying to assign type dictionary of type dictionary. Oh, fucking hell, man. Can you return a type dictionary? See, type dictionary to dictionary string mission. It's like ridiculous. Load operation data? How picky does it want to be? String dictionary. Cannot be assigned to a variable of type dictionary. Oh my god. Right, okay, hang on. Okay, what's it saying? Dictionary string cannot be assigned to a variable type dictionary string. Am I crazy? I don't think this is going to help me. No, dude, just give up. Just make a function. It's just make a function, you know? So in the game state, here, same way that I have load inventory data, we just create a function called load mission data. Because Godot hates us. Jesus. Load mission data. Okay, and then we go to operations data. And we create a function here called... Did I forget somebody?
Did you forget someone?
I never forget you, goose fat. Load. Did I copy and paste? Nope. Although I do have to just check on something right now. Load mission data. This just takes a dictionary. Not a typed dictionary. And then we can just say for I in mission data, and then we can just read it in mission dot I is equal to mission data.
At the moment, we're cleaning the house because basically the whole family is coming over.
I love those days, eh? Alright, I'll be back in a second.
A shape goes into a shape press to press the shape in a press shape.
Need like an angel cam. Howdy, Casper Dragonwolf. Welcome to the chat. Sorry I was away. Okay, so here, load mission data. Mission data.
Meow.
Meow. I don't see any issues here. I just said it as you left to do your thing. No, it's all good. It's I gotta end stream soon, but I want to get this done. Because I feel like it's like we did a whole thing in a single stream. It rarely happens. Hey, load it up. Wait. So now
Discord meme right meow.
Right, meow? This better be good. Racist green. I like that color of green. Does that make me racist?
We cannot hear it, by the way.
Is it quiet or is it just not? Oh, it is. It's not routed.
Here, goddamn.
Oh well. It was not routed to the audio. My bad. We don't want to route Discord anyway. You should just send the link to TikTok. Okay. I have a good feeling about this. Let's step into it. If missions has. Yep. Okay. Current mission, acquire objective. Okay, great. I think we're good to go. And now I'm about to get shot at. Although, thankfully, these guys are not particularly accurate. Okay. Wow, I got $5 from that. So now when I talk to this guy, it should be like, yeah, it's completed. True. Okay. So obviously he doesn't say anything different. He has no way of knowing that, but now if I save this and close it and we take another look at that data, which way is the right way to say it? And we go back to the JSON viewer. Where is the JSON viewer? Did I close that screen? Okay.
Not a TTS.
It is a TTS. And I look at the operations data and I look at destroy. It says objective count completed true. So when I come back to the game now and run it, we should be able to see that here. And it says true, completed. Easy. Now we just need to do something, which we might leave until next episode. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I really do. I know the early streams are a bit different, but it's fun either way. But now I've got to go do and live a life, you know?
But it's funny. I just have a randomly sent it to friends. I've nowhere. And links sometimes break on TikTok.
Planning on doing light shaders? I will need to. Because I have 3D and 2D. I need a way of like getting both of them in the scene. It's like kind of challenging. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one actually, but that's down the line, you know. Who are you going to play with now? Same category? This is copyrighted music again. I'm going to get in trouble for this. Music by Game Chops, by the way. A universal runtime shader? Good lord, I'll die. Smart idea. Oh, my brain will break. I don't know if I can handle that.